Sarama. Take two. Hi, I'm Xavier Santiago, Vice Chair of Community Board 11. It's 6:33. I'm calling the meeting to order. We have our screen up and Angel has begun our recording. You'll also notice that there will be an auto transcription playing. A couple ground rules we want to cover for those of you who have not attended one of our lovely community board meetings, that no one may speak until granted the floor. CB11 members, if you have a question about board business or wish to make a motion, please raise your hand for Zoom. If you click the participant icon, participants panel should appear. You should find the raise hand function there. If you still have technical difficulty, you may click the chat icon and relay your difficulty to the staff. Members should not engage in a back and forth discussion. The chair will recognize the next person to speak. I cannot express this enough under open meetings law.
How you doing? My name is Alpheus Marcus. I'm a community advocate. I'm also a candidate right now for city council.
So please, so thank you very much. So again, members and any member of the public, any members and any member of the public will be recognized appropriately, but you must raise your hand. No back and forth discussion because this is under open meetings law, a public session, and our meeting is public. We have to vocalize it for the record. It's not just the script. Next slide, please. Again, chat function, not for board business. Questions about any agenda topics, remarks should be made on the record by raising your hand through Zoom. Reminding everyone who's in the meeting, please mute yourself. Chat should only be used to alert us to technical difficulties or having or to state in writing information like an email address that was already stated aloud on the record during the meeting. When a member is given the floor to speak, the chair will identify you and then you can unmute yourself to speak. Please keep your questions and comments succinct and germane to the discussion. Next slide. Members of the public can register to speak in the public session by completing the pre-registration form and providing their name, affiliation, what topic they wish to speak about. A link to the registration form has been shared in the chat. Registration for the public session needs to be done by 7:15 p.m. And with that said, and one caveat I ask you, we will have a timer up that you keep it to under 3 minutes. So we'll now take attendance by roll call.
Jose Altamirano.
Present.
Leroy Andino.
Present.
Stephanie Arroyo. Eric Alcancela.
Hello?
Is Eric?
Hello?
Hello, we're taking attendance. I'm calling Eric Alcancela. Adam Brija. Adam Brija. Yolanda Brown.
Present.
Eva Chan.
Present.
Ann Collier.
Here.
Carlos Diaz. Angela Donadell.
Present.
Jessica Elliott.
Present.
Elsie Encarnacion.
Present.
Judith Febraro.
Present.
Roger Flores.
Present.
Sandy Garcia. David Giordano.
Present.
John Green.
Here.
Robert Harvey.
Present.
Ada Heredia. Ivy Hume. Alonzo Johnson.
Present.
Robin Krinsky. Marissa Mack.
Present.
Giselle Malave.
Present.
Pat Martin.
Present.
Francis Mastroda.
Present.
Malik
Present.
McCullough. Thank you, Francis. Malik McCullough. Jennifer Meyer.
Present.
Jessica Morris.
Here.
Nilsa Orama. Beverly is excused. Andrew Padilla.
Presente.
Miguel Pava,
Present.
Shirley Peña, Art Perez,
Present.
Robert Perez is excused, Vasia Robinson Teague, Matt Rodriguez,
Present.
Juan Sanders,
Present.
Xavier Santiago,
Present.
Isaac Scott,
Present.
Russell Schuler, Vinny Torres, Jason Villanueva,
Presente.
Candy Vasquez, Nye Whitaker,
Present.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Present.
Jordan Wright, Jason Wu,
Present.
we have quorum.
Thank you, everyone. Seeing no objections, the agenda for tonight's meeting is adopted. If you wish to adopt, please raise your hand. It was posted this past Friday. Okay, seeing no objections, so we adopt through unanimous consent. Now on to our pre-registered speakers. You get 3 minutes each. Our staff are being so kind by putting up the time of this, so you can keep tabs on it. Couple ground rules. If you must sign up to give testimony, we have to report that in the public records. So that's why we ask you to fill out the form. You will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. You should address your testimony to the board, not the public. You should speak clearly into the microphone. Also, you should prepare to respond to board members who may ask questions in order to clarify facts, opinions presented in your comments. If there are none, that is also okay. Board members should only ask clarifying questions. Commentary will not be entertained. Angel, who do we have up first?
Edward Rodwell from Amouche Bouche Bistro.
Okay. Edward?
Yes, hi, this is actually Anthony Mariano. I am Edward's business partner, and I would like to speak on his behalf and on behalf of.
Please speak more directly into the microphone, Anthony.
Does this sound any better?
Just now we can
Carry
barely
on.
hear you.
Barely hear you, but
So sorry, I don't know why.
Mhm.
How about that? Does that sound any better?
much. Carry on.
I'm so sorry. So I'd like to speak on behalf of Edward, who is unable to attend, and on behalf of La Marqueta Vendor Association, of which I'm the secretary of the board of directors. We applied for a one-day beer, wine, cider permit from the New York State Liquor Authority for Halloween. We are having a DJ and an event for Halloween to try to draw customers in. We received a deficiency letter from the New York State Liquor Authority. It said that we had exceeded the 4 permits by law, and we must obtain letter of support or no objection from local police department, municipality, and community board when applicable. We collected letters of no objection from the local police department as well as from council member Ayala. We submitted them through the portal. We received another request saying that the community board letter of no objection was necessary. So that is one of the reasons why we asked to speak today, to see if that was possible.
Okay. So when did you receive this correspondence?
This was the 15th when we first received it, and we set out to accomplish receiving letters of no objection by the local police department and council member Ayala, which we did. And we submitted them, and then, some time passed, and they said that it was that we still needed to come to the community board to get to see if it was possible to get a letter from you.
Okay, thank you. I recognize Nye.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just was going to ask Amuse Bouche if they could just elaborate a little bit more when they said it's for Halloween. I believe they're participating in a specific event. So I was just going to ask if they could, that's in support of the community. So I was just going to ask if Amuse Bouche could elaborate on what the event is that they're participating in or what they're doing for Halloween.
This is being sponsored by the market manager, who is the NYC EDC, Eileen Gastambide. We just always file for, and like I said, she's paying to have a DJ come in 11:30 to 3:30 to try to draw more people into the market. We just always apply on behalf of the EDC. To the New York State Liquor Authority whenever we're doing any type of event at the market.
Are there any other questions from the board in this matter?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted the group to keep it in context of what the request was for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will give us a little bit of time to go back and forth, but we would have to take this up under new business. Typically, if they don't give you enough of a runway, you would go before our list licenses and permits, and then it would be voted on by full board. So I'm going to recommend to this body that we take this under consideration, discussion under new business at this time. So thank you very much. I'll ask you to stand by. It may be a long meeting, but that way we can give it its full address. Thank you. Next.
Anthony, could you repeat your last name? I couldn't hear it before.
It's Mariano, M-A-R-I-A-N-O.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. All right.
Thank you.
Just so I hand, we have our Jason Villanueva. I'll recognize you real quick, and then we're going to move on to the next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just recommended maybe that he could fill out the documents for license and permits while we're handling our business. It's just a recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Jason. I will refer that to the staff to facilitate that while we move on with the agenda. Thank you very much for the recommendation. And if you could both kindly lower your hands. Next on deck, Angel.
Sure. George Bailey with Exodus Transitional Community Center.
Okay, George. George Bailey. You'll need to unmute yourself if you're present. Do we have George in here? Don't see George Espinal. Okay, moving on.
Sydney Brown, James Allen, on behalf of the James Allen Street renaming.
Okay, please. Sydney Allen. Here, I do not see her. Sydney Allen.
It's Sydney Brown.
Oh, Sydney Brown, I apologize. Thank you. I do not. All right, we'll come back. So George Bailey and Sydney Brown. Okay.
Rafael Rosado with ARC Alumni.
Rafael. Do not see them in the attendees. Move on.
Sandy Rhett, she's here in support of the street renaming.
Okay, Sandy Rhett, please. You'll need to unmute yourself. Sandy Rhett. I see her in the attendees. We'll circle back. Well, you'll need to unmute yourself. If you have questions, you can type in the chat to the staff. Okay.
The next is Rebecca Rosario.
Rebecca. Rebecca. Do not see Rebecca Rosario here. Okay. Next.
Crystal Hammond, ARC.
Okay. Okay, Crystal Hammond. Crystal? Do not see them in the attendees, Angel.
Okay. Andrea De Silva.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, hi, my name is Andrea, and I am a resource navigator for the New York City Test and Trace for COVID-19. I am working to decrease the health and economic effects from COVID-19. And one of our biggest concerns is food insecurity, and it's increasing at an alarming rate. Did you know that 2.2 million New York City residents are food insecure? New York City residents comprise 50% of all food insecure people living in New York State. In New York City, an estimated of 1.4 million residents rely on emergency food programs, such as food pantries and kitchen soups. Food insecurity is higher among minority groups. In 2018, Black and Hispanic households were affected at higher rates of 21.2% and 16.2% respectively, compared to only 11.2% of the national average rate. An issue that exacerbates food insecurity are food deserts, and they are defined by the Department of Agriculture as urban areas where people live more than 1 mile away from supermarkets, and rural areas where people live more than 10 miles away. As a consequence, the options available are mini marts and gas stations, which offer processed foods and sugary drinks that compromise the health of these communities. A good policy to tackle food insecurity would involve increasing the availability of affordable and nutritionally adequate food from local sources. So improve local farmers' working conditions by providing more incentives for these businesses in low-income areas, and creating more job opportunities in disadvantaged communities, decreasing the community's dependency on emergency food sources. The bill S5732 allows the implementation of community-based programs to increase economic development and improve nutrition. It consists of authorizing the Department of Health to implement a community food security empowerment an economic development program to help meet the needs of low-income communities and promote comprehensive responses to local food farming and nutrition issues. This will be achieved by providing grants to nonprofit and local governments. The projects funded by these grants are designed to eventually become financially self-sufficient. Will you support this bill to decrease food insecurity in New York State? So basically, we see that food insecurity is a big problem, and the pandemic has increased that a lot and exacerbated the issue. So we're looking for ways to decrease food insecurity in New York City, New York State.
Okay, thank you. I have one hand raised from, well, I did have a hand raised. I have one hand raised from Jessica Morris. Jessica?
Thank you, Xavier. Andrea, would you be able to put, is there pending legislation that you are asking about here? I think if there was, it was missed. If you can put that specific legislation in the chat, or share out what that is that you're asking us to consider supporting.
Yeah, it's the bill S5732. It has
Great.
passed.
Thank you. Would you please put that in the chat then, since we were.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Jessica. Great question. Moving on, thank you. We're next pre-registered speaker, please.
Cheryl Marius with Addicts Rehabilitation Center.
Gerald?
Cheryl.
Cheryl, sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Hello, she's here. Good evening. I was having difficulties coming in, so I'm on someone else's Zoom. My name is Cheryl Marius. I just want to thank Community Board 11 for the time that they allowed us to speak on behalf of co-naming James Allen Way on Reverend James Allen Way on 128th Street and Park Avenue. I'm just giving out my last plea, hoping that everyone will understand the work that Mr. Allen has done, how he has changed lives. I'm a resident of Harlem for over 40 years, and I've seen a lot of changes, positive changes with the program being on 128th Street. They have changed plenty of people's lives and had made families pull together again and have caused. Mr. Allen has done wonders. He has done great work, and I think it's only admirable that we name 128th Street and Park Avenue after James Allen. So I just want to thank everyone for this time.
Thank you very much. I see one hand raised. Jessica, is that an old hand from the previous speaker?
Old hand, yep.
Thank you. Okay. I do not see any other hands from our board members. Thank you very much for coming out. Apologies for the difficulties. We're all dealing with it in the Zoom lifestyle. So if there are no other questions, we appreciate you being here very, very much. And yeah, next panelist.
Jasmine Lawrence.
Jasmine.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, you got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Community Board 11. My name is Jasmine Lawrence. I am the Media and Community Specialist at Cayuga Centers. I spoke a bit, I don't want to lie on what month it was, but early in the year, making an introduction to the board. But I just wanted to follow up and let you guys know that there are still a number of job positions that we have available. 2 new ones, in fact, in the communications department for a marketing associate, for staff recruitment, as well as foster parent recruitment. And as always, since we are a family services agency, we're constantly looking for clinicians and case managers. And we've recently raised the income level for that. So the salary at least. So we're hoping that that will be competitive. And I will share that information in the chat via a link tree. I also wanted to just put on the radar, when I spoke earlier in the year, I did get a number of people from the community emailing on how they could help the youth in our care and how they could volunteer. And while we don't have a volunteer program at Cayuga Centers currently, I am excited to announce that we will be having a holiday toy drive launching mid-November. So I will obviously chime in to the November board meeting to give you guys a date, but I just wanted to put it on that radar as we'll be collecting gifts to our foster youth and also having an in-person event where it will be essentially like a secret shopper for our foster parents. So really excited to be empowering our foster parents to be the gift givers to the youth in our care, but also have some community engagement in a place where we haven't typically. So with that said, the in-person event is December 11th. So I just wanted to put that on the radar as a save the date, and I will share with the board additional information as I have it. That's all I have. I've included my information as well as the link tree to learn about our job opportunities.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the presentation. We have 2 hands up, Marissa Mack and then Nye Whitaker. Marissa?
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much, Jasmine, for that information. Just wanted to formally invite you to the Economic Development and Culture Committee just to talk about some of the offerings that you have. Also wanted to plug Harlem Careers, who can share out some of that information. Eva Chan on this call would be a great person to connect with just to get the information out regarding the opportunities that you have available. And then also, I didn't see if you could drop your specific email. I see the information for. Okay. Yes, you could do that. That would be great, and we can connect further. But thank you so much for providing this information.
Amazing. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nye.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Jasmine, welcome back. I just wanted to ask if there was an age range specifically for the children that people should focus on if they would like to support the toy drive.
Great question. So our programs, obviously, we care for 0 to 18, which is a large range. So the goal is to have a wish list, an Amazon wish list that I will share. So I'm working on a landing page and we'll have gifts for a different range. And if people don't want to give a specific gift, we'll also have gift cards available as well. So that is how we're going to tackle the varying age groups and, gender preferences for gifts.
Great. If you could, and you guys have everything updated, please share it with Health and Human Services. We'd appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Nai. Thank you for the presentation. Next pre-registered speaker.
Noel, Alicia, Metropolitan Hospital.
Hey, Noel.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Good. Go ahead. 3 minutes.
Be back with you. Two quick things I want to talk about. One is vaccination, of course. We continue to offer COVID-19 vaccines, including boosters and third doses for people who are eligible. The criteria, as you know, continues to expand. Even today, the FDA panel has approved vaccination for younger kids. That's not in place yet, but keep an eye on that. We'll be offering vaccines as they become available. We also are offering flu vaccine. Everyone is eligible for flu vaccine. We expect there will be a return to flu this year. Last year, we were all spared because mostly everyone was wearing masks, but we expect there will be flu again this year. So get your flu shot, especially if you're over 65 or have other medical conditions. Not that 65 is a medical condition. It's a bonus. In addition, I want to remind everyone, it is October, but any time of year is good for a breast cancer screening, especially women aged 50 to 74. The recommendation is every 2 years. Women who are 40 to 49 and over 74 should talk to their doctor to decide whether or not they need to have a screening. A lot of that will depend on family history and other factors, of course. And of course, some men may also be at risk for breast cancer. So speak to your provider about risk factors and whether or not you should be screened. If you do not have a provider, contact us in Metropolitan. We'll be happy to connect you with someone. We are able to offer mammogram pretty much walk-in once those are ordered by a doctor. So there's not a long time to wait. Similarly, vaccine and testing are walk-in, no appointment necessary. If you are concerned about exposure, get a test. The turnaround time continues to be very short, usually within 24 hours. That's all for now. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Noel. I don't see any hands up from our board members. Always a pleasure to have you. Thank you for all the work that you do with Metropolitan and everyone there at the hospital. Next pre-registered speaker.
Maureen Hamlet.
Okay, Maureen. Maureen. Okay, not seeing a response. Next.
Calvin Butts, Abyssinian Baptist Church.
Calvin, are you here? Not seeing him. Okay, Calvin Butts, are you here?
This seems to be a problem with everyone's link. Everyone that was supposed to speak, they're having problems getting on. So that includes Reverend Butts. So I don't know what to say about that. But
thank you, Candace. If we could get some help from the staff. Who is next?
Alpheus Marcus.
Yeah, Marcus.
Good evening. How you doing?
Good. How are you? You have 3 minutes.
My name is Alpheus Marcus. I'm a community advocate here in New York City area, born and raised in Harlem. I'm currently running for District 9 City Council.
Okay, Mr. Marcus, we can't allow campaigning at the board. Regrettably, we can't. Do you have something else you'd like to discuss? If not, we'll have to move the agenda along. Okay, next pre-registered speaker.
That was our last registered speaker.
I'm going to go through the list, and if I believe it was Candace Ballard, if you can message with one of the staff, we'll try to see if we can assist with people getting on. But as we carry on with the agenda, I'm going to call through George Bailey, Cindy Brown, Sandy Rhett, Rebecca Rosario, Crystal Hammond, Maureen Hamlet, and Calvin Buds. Okay, in the meantime, Candace, you can work with our staff to see if we can get some of the others on during the link, but I'm going to keep the agenda moving on while we work in the background. And if time permits, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Yeah, not that we don't want to hear you. We understand technical difficulties, but rather than us sitting here waiting,
Surely.
things happen in the background and we can move back through the agenda if need be, but we are trying to close this out by 7:15. So I will
Got you.
look at my watch right now, and basically that reserves about 11 or so minutes, but we would be pleased to have the presentation. So I'm going to move the agenda along. If one of the staff, Marlene or someone, or Carly, whoever's available, can help with that, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much for raising it, Candace. Okay, we're going to move on to our local elected officials. If you've not already signed up to speak, we ask that the elected officials or their representatives please alert our staff in the chat if they wish to give a report. We ask that any event service literature be sent to our office so that we may post and share it as is appropriate. Please keep your report to 3 minutes and to be mindful not to repeat what others have already mentioned. Have any elected officials or their representatives signed up to speak, Angel?
Sure. First is Maggie McDermott from Councilmember Ayala's office.
All right, Maggie.
Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope everybody's well. My name is Maggie McDermott. I'm here to represent New York City Council Member Diana Ayala, who has been working tirelessly to make sure her constituency has access to vaccination and COVID-19 testing sites, educational resources, and other vital provisions. Councilmember Ayala has been working with shareholders at 1199 residents in regards to their gas outage, NYCHA repair-focused complaints, other city agencies who address quality of life and public safety issues. Recently, she hosted 12 backpack giveaways at Johnson, Carver, Jefferson, Taft, East River, Lehman Village, Clinton, Wagner, and Wilson houses. She also hosted 6 movie nights at East River, Franklin Plaza, Wagner, Jefferson Park, Lehman Village, and Carver, in addition to hosting and partaking in peace marches along with Go So Save, Guns Down, Lives Up, local religious leaders, Danny, NYPD, and other East Harlem-based youth service providers. I want to tell everybody that the NYCHA clinics are still taking place in collaboration with Urban Justice Center. These clinics take place on the second Tuesday of every month. Please call Councilmember Ayala's office at 212-828-9800 and ask for Connie to schedule an appointment. I also want to tell you our tenant support clinics for non-NYCHA residents take place on the first Thursday of every month. Walk-ins are welcome from 10:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. It's first come, first serve basis. Councilmember Ayala is hosting her annual Halloween event. It will take place at the following 2 locations on Pleasant Avenue and 118th Street and on 101st Street and Lexington Avenue. Councilmember Ayala is hosting this event in collaboration with Uptown Grand Central and many other local agencies and elected officials. The event will take place from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday, October 31st. I will place the information in the chat box as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Maggie.
Thank you.
I don't see any hands raised.
Thanks.
Our board members. No, thank you. Well,
Take care, everybody.
You too. Thank you for being with us. Angel, next.
Yeah, I can't unmute. The next one is Erica Gonzalez from Assemblymember Rodriguez's office.
Okay, Erica.
Hi, good evening. Actually, Robert was supposed to be jumping on the call. Not sure if you see him in the attendee list as well.
Do not. So you can go ahead and proceed with the report.
Yeah, absolutely. So we recently just passed the Secure Choice Savings Plan this past week that was announced on Tuesday. In addition to that, we do want to remind everyone that the Restaurant Resiliency Program is still going on. So if there's anyone that would like to apply, please make sure you reach out to agriculture, go onto their website. So that's agriculture.ny.gov/restaurant resiliency. In addition to, just want to, I know that I mentioned this last time, just want to remind everyone that tomorrow we are hosting our annual senior summit, and that's taking place at Union Settlement, and that's located at 237 East 104th Street. And it will be starting at 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. And that will be followed by a virtual workshop as well. And there'll be a couple different elected officials and different agencies as well that will be speaking and hosting workshops, and that's from 2 to 4:30. If you have any questions in regards to that, you can also take a check out over at our social media for further information, or you can give us a call at the office.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much, Erica. Are there any questions from the board members? Okay. Seeing, I don't see any hands raised from board members. Thank you very much, Erica. Appreciate it. Next, registered public representative.
We have Isabel Abreu from the Borough President's Office.
Okay, so we have no other representatives before we get to the Borough President's report.
I'm not seeing any.
Okay.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Wonderful CB11 family and neighboring jurisdictions joining us tonight. The Manhattan Borough President will join us in a few minutes and deliver amazing remarks. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Isabel. Okay, I see, just checking one cross check. Wilfredo from Ben Kalos's office is on, it looks like.
Yep, I'm here.
Hey, how you doing, Wilfredo? Welcome. You got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm not going to need 3 minutes. Good evening, everyone. So with less than 100 days left in his term, Ben has a lot of work left to do. So he's putting in as much effort as he did in his first 100 days. Needless to say, these next few months are going to be busier than you would expect at City Council, considering that there are a flurry of legislation and rezonings that are being sought to be pushed through. During Climate Week this past month, the City Council passed legislation authored by Ben to direct $20 billion in city spending towards combating climate change. And that's focused around resiliency efforts along the East River. We also heard legislation he authored to combat illegal short-term rentals. I've talked about this in the past. We're hoping to get that bill passed in the next couple of weeks because that's going to be really, really great, especially here in East Harlem. Speaking of housing, we propose a bill to make temporary pressurized walls that are in use just about everywhere in Manhattan and in other boroughs. So you can legally add a wall to give a roommate or your child privacy, privacy screen type of room. Lastly, yesterday, the council heard legislation we authored that would eliminate the fines for jaywalking. In 2019, of the 397 tickets issued for illegal or unsafe crossing, or otherwise known as jaywalking, something that I believe almost all of us do on a daily basis, 90% of those tickets were issued to people who identify as either Black or Latinx. And this was a report that was put out by Streets Blog in 2020 that was compiled from open data available in the city. So 40% were issued in 3 precincts in the Bronx, where almost every person fined was either Black or Latinx. Brooklyn, Sunset Park neighborhoods. Essentially, if we live in a neighborhood that is made up primarily of Black and Latinx people, chances are that's where the precincts were handing out illegal crossing tickets. Nearly half of the city's 77 police precincts didn't issue a legal crossing ticket in 2019. So this intro 2073, will end arbitrary enforcement overwhelmingly placed against people in our community, specifically Black and Latinx New Yorkers, and pave the way for pedestrian-friendly streets. With that, I have nothing else to report. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Wilfredo. Board members, I have Candy, your hand is raised. And then Jessica. Candy?
Yes. Hi, good evening. I have a question. Can you repeat that again about the housing bill? I think you mentioned something about a wall. Is there any information about that?
Yeah, it's pressurized walls. So these are temporary walls that can be put up. Some of them will either clamp to like a wall, or have springs that hold it up against the ceiling and the floor. They're in pretty high use, believe it or not, across the city, but they're currently not legal, but they're still being used. So this is specifically to like divide a room or create a partial partition. So the bill we introduced would eliminate the illegality of using these. And the real reason behind that is a lot more adults are seeking roommates in order to be able to make rent. And if you live in a one bedroom, across 96th Street, on one side, you can pay $3,300 for a one bedroom. And on the other side, you're paying like $29. So it's not that much of a difference. But a lot of people who are seeking to have roommates are having issues because of privacy. So this would essentially eliminate the other way we fix this, which is usually putting up a curtain across the room. It would just allow, not only landlords, but also tenants to put up these temporary walls.
Great, thank you. That's a great question, Candy. Jessica Morris, please.
Still got questions about that.
Okay, I see the hand lower. Jason Villanueva.
Sorry, I lowered my hand before I pressed unmute. I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I heard that Candy has, I think, some follow-up questions, but
Yes. I'll come back to her. I just want to make sure in the interest of time, we address them as.
Sure. I just want to clarify, Wilfredo, your commentary on where the jaywalking tickets were issued. Just to clarify, you said it's assumed that a high percentage of these tickets were issued in neighborhoods that are predominantly Black and Latinx. Is that clear, or is that what you said?
It's not an assumption. This is according to data that was compiled in 2019, the last year that we have complete data.
Right.
On this information. So that's where that commentary came from.
So it is confirmed that a very high percentage of the jaywalking tickets issued have been issued by precincts in our district. Is that?
Not precincts in our district. I mentioned precincts predominantly in Black and Latinx neighborhoods. The ones that were surveyed were in the Bronx and in Brooklyn.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to, hold on, just to get the hands up. I think Andrew real quick and Michelle, and then I'll give one more question to Candy and we got move the agenda along. So if you could please keep your questions succinct. Andrew?
Quick question regarding the housing bill. Could be that I lost some service here, but to what extent does that allowing those dividers pose some sort of a fire hazard? Or have you guys calculated that, consult the FDNY in the process of putting together this bill?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Andrew. So these are temporary walls and are usually made of fire retardant material. They're usually made by a company called Corning. So they're not considered a fire hazard. What can be a fire hazard is the alternative, which is makeshift walls that are nailed up against the wall. So we're trying to eliminate the need for those to allow these, they're called pressurized walls because they're held up by pressure. But that's the reason why we want to allow for these to be used so that they can actually be sold here in the city. Right now, a lot of people who use them have to go to New Jersey or Connecticut to purchase these walls, which are legal in other jurisdictions, just not legal here because of the building code.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for that, the statistics that you brought forward on jaywalking. That was troubling that still exists today at this time.
Feel the same way. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Michelle?
Thank you for your presentation. And I wanted to also add about the firewall. And is it possible to, because usually you have to have a window in each room for the standards. So how is that gotten around if this wall is put up and there's no window in the room for the other person? That's
Yes.
what.
Yeah, so Michelle, these are usually partitions. They usually don't cover up the entire room. They would be like if you had two twin size beds, if you put up like a partition between the two of them, it allows for privacy, but it still allows for, you know, ingress and egress in and out of the room. So since it's not changing any of the actual structure of the actual room it's being used in, the need for an additional window isn't there. Because if there are any existing windows in the room, they'll still be there. This is just, imagine like those paper, they used to have like the paper wall, foldable type of walls that they used to use. These are just a little bit more rigid and made out of, you know, more sturdy material. So they're not permanently changing the room. They're movable, so you can move them, you know, when you don't need them. Some people only use them to sleep, you know, to put it up before they go to sleep. But yeah, so it's not an entire wall that would block off everything.
Thank you for the question, Michelle. That was very helpful.
I just wanted to make sure that, okay, I lost my train of thought. I wanted to make sure and thank Ben Kalos for the movies and all the different things that he did. So before he leaves office, I just want to offer thanks.
I'll pass it along, Michelle. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very kind, Michelle. Candy, do you have one quick follow-up? We're at about 10 minutes with this presentation.
No, I just, what I would just like is that if he can give more information for us on that, just so I can have more clarity, you know, on how this bill is, you know, it's being structured, and how, you know, how it's going to work. Because I think that this is stuff that people are doing illegally. I understand that, but, you know, on the standpoint of, you know, safetyness, how's this gonna work out? You know, like, I would like to know the devil's in the details, to rather be more clear about it. So we could talk about it on another time. We'll come to housing committee. Yeah. If I would chair.
Always happy to come to housing committee.
Yeah. So that we could have more information on that if John Green, you know, invites you in. But, you know, I'd like to learn more about it. Thanks.
Absolutely, no problem. I'll reach out to John and we can set a date for the next meeting or whenever the committee has time. But thank you.
But thank you very much. We're going to move the agenda along. Please reach out to the office, and John, I'm sure, would be willing to have you come on. I'm going to move the agenda on. Do we have, unless John, you're going to respond and say yes?
Absolutely.
Okay, there you go. Let's make it so. All right, we're going to move things along real quick. Do we have any other elected officials? I'm looking at the attendees, and I'm going to check any of their reps. I'm not seeing any from the names I recognize, and I'm just checking through. I don't see any of the other pre-registered speakers. Real quick, I'd like to move us along into the special presentation until our borough president joins us. I see a few hands. Michelle, is that an old hand? John, I'm assuming that's an old hand. David, you had a question before we go into the special presentation?
Yeah, very quickly. I guess what just concerns me
is how maybe landlords may use this when new tenants come in to say it's a 2-bedroom and not a 1-bedroom, and then charge even more rent. So I guess, you know, when things are temporary, sometimes they become permanent, and then how we define things. So as one of the fellow board members asked, you know, I'd be concerned too that each side would have a window, so each person would have that fresh air. So I guess, just in short, Xavier, is that what concern would landlords use to split up an already small 1-bedroom apartment and now claim it's a 2-bedroom? We've seen dining rooms in apartments be changed in, and now it's a 2-bedroom because of a small dining room attached to a kitchen, attached to a living room. Is not another bedroom, but at least it has a window. So that's more of my concern.
That's a wonderful observation. Thank you, David. I'm sure John and I will, and the rest of the housing team will take that on board. That's a great insight. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for the comment. Okay, moving things along for our special presentation until we have our lovely borough president here. We have the New York City Racial Justice Commission with Harold Miller, our Deputy Executive Director for External Affairs. Harold, are you on?
Hi, Xavier. This is actually Steph Halpin. I'm going to be filling in for Harold tonight.
Wonderful. Well, welcome to Community Board 11.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
So please, we've allotted 10 minutes. You don't have to use all of 10 minutes if you want to be concise and then take a few Q&A from our board members, then we can do that. But we have allotted 10 minutes for this presentation.
Absolutely. I do have a presentation, but so I'll just kind of talk, and then maybe in the meantime, I can get some, I can screen share now. Great. Okay, awesome. Can you all see okay? Can see my screen a bit?
Sure, you can go to full screen with if you'd like.
Okay, excellent. Go to full screen. Great. So I'm here today to speak about the Racial Justice Commission. If you've heard about the commission before, great. If you haven't, I'll give you a bit of background. And I just also wanted to thank you all for giving us some time tonight. What I have to say, there's a lot. I probably won't cover it all in 10 minutes, but there are some action items at the end. So those will be, we can talk about those at the end. So just a little bit of background. The commission was formed in March 23rd, 2021. And we are empowered with the legal authority of a charter revision commission. So we are looking at the New York City Charter to essentially dismantle structural racism in the laws and the powers and the foundations of government. Right, so just a quick overview of our commission members. We're chaired by Jennifer Jones Austin, and the vice chair is Henry Garrido. We have a great diverse set of commissioners on board. Just quickly about our mission. So like I said, we're empowered with the legal authority of a charter revision commission to seize the transformative potential of this moment in history to identify and propose structural changes and significant policy reforms that advance racial justice and equity to begin to dismantle structural racism for all New Yorkers. And this work is necessary because systemic racism has been and continues to shape our reality. We know that structural racism is baked into the foundations of city government. And so this is our opportunity to head into the New York City Charter and start to break that down. Just quickly about the charter, for those of you that don't know, it's also known as the city's constitution. It defines the organization, the powers, functions, and essential procedures of city government, from elected officials and community boards to the budgeting process. It lays out the fundamental structure of our city's government and controls how decisions are made and details the budget towards projects in housing and education to human rights and emergency services. Just another quick overview of what the charter influences and where we have some opportunities to make structural foundational change, the organization, process, representation, and resources that make up our government. So what I'm going to talk to you tonight is just a little bit about what we've done so far and where we're going. This is a little bit hard to read, so I might stop the share and head over to our website. Over the summer, we hosted 9 public engagement sessions across the city. We had actually one in Harlem. We were at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. We had one in the Bronx, in Queens, Lower Manhattan, Staten Island. We had several virtual and one focused specifically for youth. And those sessions were really opportunities for the public to come out and give us their ideas on how the commission should begin to dismantle structural racism. I'm going to screen share a little bit. On our About page. So you can kind of get a sense of the timeline and process. The commission was formed. We began our public engagement period. And most recently, we released NYC for Racial Justice, an interim report from the commission staff. So the first phase of public engagement was really around just engaging with as many people as we could as possible, different community groups, different organizations, the general public. And our next, you can see the Take Action second public engagement period here is where we're really using our interim report as the foundation of public engagement. So the interim report, or what we heard, highlights 6 patterns of inequity that we heard from New Yorkers throughout the, I believe it was a 12 weeks of public engagement. I also want to just mention that you'll see throughout our website and this presentation that the acronym BIPOC, and that stands for Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. And we aim to name all Black, Latinx, Indigenous, Asian, Pacific Islander, and Middle Easterners whenever, and all people of color whenever possible, but you'll see that term as shorthand. So commission staff identified, based on all of the public input that we heard, we identified 6 patterns of inequity. You'll see them here: inequity in quality services, inequity in neighborhoods, drop down to that one, inequity in work and wealth building, marginalization and over criminalization, inequity in representation and decision-making, and government accountability. So on our website, you can head to the What We Heard section and you can begin to read this, this report. You'll also see on here there are questions. Like I mentioned, this report is the foundation of our public engagement moving forward. So we're really aiming to go into the New York City Charter and make changes and revisions that disrupt, stop, and prevent these patterns of inequity from harming BIPOC communities. So I'm going to head back over to this presentation. And so what happens next? We are hosting another round of public input sessions. One will be, our first one is November 8th, and it's going to be held at the Brooklyn Museum. The following is November 10th, and that's going to be hosted at the Sonia Sotomayor Community Center in the Bronx. And we'll also have a virtual session on November 18th. So what we're doing now is the commission staff and the commissioners are identifying what in the charter will be bold, structural, long-term change that will address these patterns of inequity and prevent, stop, and address harms. So we're hoping that we can engage community boards, like all the general public, all New Yorkers, to either attend the public input sessions or go online and provide feedback and testimony through our website by answering those questions, by completing the forms. and generally commenting on what it is the commission should be doing to address structural racism. So we have these public input sessions here, just quickly. And then, just continuing the conversation around the patterns of inequity. Which patterns of inequity most resonate with you and your experiences? How have these patterns of inequity impacted you and your community? Who needs to be involved to address the patterns of inequity? And this could be city agencies, elected officials, city staff, etc. And what is a vision of New York City where these patterns do not exist? What does the city look like? And how should the players you've identified act differently? And so we're really coming back to New Yorkers to say, these are the patterns we've identified. What is it? What are solutions? Did we get this right? How can we use charter revisions and changes to make a real difference? So I'll just end here with our quick stay in touch. So I dropped our website in the chat, but it's nyc.gov/racial justice. You can email into our email account and you can follow us on social media as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
That's a very, very comprehensive. And if you would please share the presentation with the staff as well as the additional resources so we can put it on our website. And I have time for a few questions. Nia Whitaker, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. First of all, please give my regards to Brother Harold. I had the pleasure of working with him previously, and I know how important this topic is to him. As the Chair of Health and Human Services, I definitely have a question because I didn't see East Harlem as a site there. I know there was Harlem, but there was the East Harlem, and you're making a second trip back to the Bronx. Given that there is a huge digital divide and many of our seniors, as well as other members of our communities across New York City, don't all have access to Wi-Fi, and because of the pandemic may not feel comfortable coming out in person, is there any opportunity to do any sort of mailer? Is there a mailing planned so that this information, this process can get into the hands of everyone or as many people as possible? And secondly, when is the Charter Commission, when's the deadline to complete this process or this initiative? Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair.
Awesome. I'll start with a little bit more about the commission. So we have a 2-year mandate. We are about 7 months into the 2-year mandate. We plan on submitting the final ballot measures by the end of this year. So we are planning basically by mid-December for those ballot proposals to be completed and submitted to the city clerk of this year. And then New Yorkers who are eligible to vote will then vote on them next November 2022. So that's the timeline. And the commission next year will have a full-fledged, larger scale campaign, advertising marketing campaign to make sure that all New Yorkers are reached with the ballot proposal information. So similar to what you might have seen done this year with the ballot proposals, that's what the campaign will look like next year. The input sessions that we are hosting currently, that we have planned currently, that's the plan for them. We have, like I said, the Bronx again, we have and Brooklyn, and then that virtual one. We do work with an amazing community partner, Hester Street team. I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with them, but we work with Hester Street, and they also have a network of organizations that they basically build capacity to reach New Yorkers, and they're doing a series of phone banking. So they partner with other organizations who then scale by having their staff and their team call their constituents and those New Yorkers that they serve. So we did notice from our community engagement plan in this second round did take into account that in our first round, we did not hear from many New Yorkers who were, seniors and older. One of our events was hosted at a senior center, but it was in the evening. And so we did recognize that, and we did change for that. We did adapt for it. So we worked with, like I said, our community partner, and they're hosting more focus groups. That way, for these larger scale events where people may not feel comfortable, or for, you know, folks that may not be digitally savvy, we're able to reach others. But if you have other ideas, or if there's anyone that we can maybe send materials to, like we also have
I'd love
printouts.
for you to, you know, of course, come back to Health and Human Services, but more importantly, I'm just curious, and maybe we can do this as a follow-up online, to know how many responses you've received from the district of CB11. We have very specific concerns and very specific needs, and have, you know, been battling many issues that around inequity for decades, at least the almost 5 decades I've been on this planet living here. So I would really love to see what we can do to partner more robustly to make sure that our seniors, our NYCHA residents, we have one of the highest concentrations of public housing. Those people are not people that are necessarily online. Those people are not necessarily people, you know, because of family or other obligations, 2, 3 jobs, et cetera, that are always civically engaged in these type of processes. And I want to make sure that as we move forward to do this, we are being as inclusive as possible. So I would love to follow up with you and Harold offline to see what we can do to get increased engagement, whether that's with Hester Street or whatever other partners. But we cannot allow CB11, East and Central Harlem to be left out of this conversation. So thank you.
Yeah, I love that.
Thank you. It sounds like an invitation to Human Services.
Amen.
I drop your information in the chat. I've got two quick questions to keep the agenda moving along. Eva Chan and then Marissa Mack, your 2 quick questions. Thank you very much. Just remind people of the time.
It's more a statement. So just want to let people know that I've submitted a testimony to this commission, expressing concern about lack of affordable housing being set aside for local residents, and also over concentration of social resources in Harlem. And so I want to invite everyone to really submit your request. The website is really easy to use. And the segregation of 6 topics I found to be really helpful. So I think the way it is segregated, the topics are segregated, is highly applicable to Harlem. Anyway, so just lots of work for advertising for this project.
Thank you very much for your engagement. Thank you, Eva. Marissa, your quick question.
Yes, very, very quickly. Just wanted to quickly second what Nye stated in regards to ensuring that you have all voices counted. You might think about one area and just say, you know, we have representation from this area, but looking at it from different viewpoints, namely from East and Central and West, is very different areas and very different outlooks. So I would encourage you, and not even just here, but as you look through other boroughs too, to not just encompass a borough, to ensure that you're getting the voices of everyone. And then just secondly, I just want to know, I know that you mentioned once this information is gathered, the goal is to have, I guess, the different themes come up on the ballot moving forward, or presented in the upcoming years. What's the goal? Like, once this information is captured, you hear from different communities, what is the, you know, what's the end goal for actually like making change, and not just having this data, you know, that we often collect, and then we're like, you know, what happens to this? So what are we doing with this? So sorry, quick question, but yeah.
Go ahead.
So unlike other charter revision commissions, this one is very unique in that we didn't have a mandated, you know, path to go down. Our mandate was to dismantle structural racism. And so knowing that, you know, or begin to do that as well, because we're not going to solve structural racism in a 2-year charter. It's just not, like, we understand that going into it. And so our ultimate goal when we set out was to listen to the public and let the public guide the direction of the commission. And in doing that, we discovered these, or I wouldn't say discovered, we identified these patterns of inequity. And the idea is that the ballot proposals that are put out there change the charter structurally. And so instead of being maybe like a programmatic or a policy-driven change, these ballot proposals will get at the root causes and the underlying causes of these inequities, rather than just addressing the symptomatic issues that arise because of the structural issues. So ultimately, we're coming up with those ballot proposals that become law, that are not just by the whims of a mayor, that are not an executive order, that are not dependent on council, that are actually written into the city's constitution.
Thank you. That's a good answer. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. Give all our regards. And thank you for the advocacy. I'm going to move along in the agenda. I just saw a note that Borough President Gail Brewer is here, and we'll allow you to give your report. Gail? Is she in our panel? Or did I misread that?
Thank you very
Okay.
much. Thank
There
you.
we
Sorry.
are.
I'm in the car, and of course, and it's a little rainy out here. Couple of things. First of all, I'm getting a lot of questions about congestion pricing. You may not be getting because you're in the northern part of Manhattan, but the southern part is quite beside themselves. So the one part that we're advocating for is making sure, and I keep saying this, that somebody who is knowledgeable about transportation and knowledgeable about community and community boards is on the 6-person or whatever it is, 7-person task force dealing with the congestion pricing. So I think we're going to get that, but I'm really focused on that. Secondly, something fun, but the borough historian is Rob Snyder, as you probably know, and he has been awarded the opportunity to work on something called the COVID-19 documentary project. And he's already gotten quite a few awards for it. And what it's doing is just making sure that every single, I would say, source to do with COVID-19 is in one place. And so that years from now, people will know that this is what happened during COVID-19. It's a great idea. And so that's happening. And if you want more information, let us know. Second, we are working just like everybody else on tons of food drives for the upcoming holiday season, Thanksgiving and beyond. So just like you were collecting turkeys and other aspects, so let us know if that's some work on with us. I know that Colonel Young is not 11, but just so you know, it is got another, I should know, but from the mayor, I believe, because this is board 10 and 11, is announcing 4 o'clock on Thursday. So let us know if you want to participate. It is now beyond fully funded, and it's very exciting that it's going to have the field, the bathrooms, the basketball court, everything. What ended up being, I think, a $5 million project is now funded at $9 million, public-private. It's very exciting. This is Manhattan Week for the mayor, and there's a resource fair from 2 to 5 at John Jay College. I don't know exactly how many people know about it. I'm always frustrated by the communication during these weeks, but that's what's going on. Community board leadership training series is doing really well. Today was maybe not your favorite topic, but extremely well attended, the State Liquor Authority, and it was mapping training from Beta NYC, and there's a lot of other topics coming up until the end of the month. So actually the end of November. So make sure you participate. The New York State Independent Redistricting Commission doesn't impact me, but it sure does impact all of the Manhattan. And so end of 5 boroughs. And their hearing is Wednesday, November 10th. You can get information from them, but know that that is going to have there's a lot of changes, I think, based on the census, so pay attention. Open meetings law, you know, is gonna have a decision on the 15th of January. So whether we're hybrid or we can continue virtual, make sure that people know your concern. I think you know that every Tuesday at 3, there is a task force that the Manhattan Borough President's Office organizes. Today was extremely well attended and interesting. It had to do with drug treatment and the funding and what the city is or isn't doing, et cetera. So feel free to join us every Tuesday at 3. Composting is doing better in Manhattan because we got people to sign up. But I think 6 and 7 community boards are now going to be doing pickups. So check to see when board 3, if you're signing up, and whether you will be also part of that effort. As you know, I think I said before that we're pushing really hard. And goodness knows you need some of this funding for the money that the Attorney General gave to the mayor based on her efforts, her successful efforts to fight the Sackler family.
Gail, are you still with us?
No, so apparently it's gonna be tight. Yep, there's gonna be a board to decide, and it'll be decided in January, not now. So those are my efforts. Thank you very much, Board 11. The only thing I want to add is I've got tons of emails, as you do, about the Harlem Park and the homeless, something that you've been working on. I know Xavier and everybody else. So we should work together because it doesn't seem to be addressed. And maybe, you know, this would be an example where funding should go for this. And then all the work you've been doing and the community's been doing along 125th Street corridor. That's where some of this money should be going toward. And when we had a press conference, that's exactly what we said. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail, and for being a lead by example elected official. We appreciate everything you do for us.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us as you walk from meeting to meeting ending the day. I don't see any hands raised. So I'm going to move back into the agenda of our presentations. Thank you, Gail. And if anyone has questions, we'll present them to Isabel. Thank you so much. Always makes the time for us. Okay, next we have and just reminding everyone at the time, it is 7:50. We have our Children's Aid East Harlem Center rebuild. We have Yolanda Mcbride, who will be presenting. Yolanda, you have 10 minutes, and hopefully that will also afford time for questions. Yolanda?
Good evening. Thank you, Xavier. Just having a little problems there. Good evening, everyone. Again, I am Yolanda Mcbride, Director of Public Policy at Children's Aid, and I usually try to come to the full board meetings periodically to provide an update on where things stand with the rebuilding of the Children's Aid East Harlem Center, which is currently located on East 101st Street and Lexington Avenue. As many of you might recall, Children's Aid is working to rebuild a new community center as part of a larger project that involves Mount Sinai and Life Changers Church. While we await for the center to be rebuilt, the services, including the after school, summer, the deaf and hard of hearing Saturday program, and our teen services that were located in the building have been relocated to Lexington Academy, which is about 5 blocks up the street. As many things, the project has not moved much during the pandemic, but things are moving a little quicker now, which is why I'm here today. And again, this is a project that involves 3 entities or organizations, Children's Aid, Mount Sinai, and Life Changers Church. And in order for this project to actually work and move forward, each of the entities had to negotiate separate deals with a developer or an Evanhar. So Life Changers Church has finalized their deal, and Children's Aid and Mount Sinai are currently finalizing our own terms separately. And while the developer has been working with us in Mount Sinai, he has continued to move forward on things he can, like the demolition of the Life Changers Church. And although it's not our property, I did want to give an update on what's happening, because I think people, when they see the East Harlem Center and the property, they see it all as one. And so we wanted to make sure that folks were aware in terms of what's been happening on the site. So in late May, the developer did an internal demolition of the church and some asbestos abatement in July. And beginning this month, the church building will go through a full demolition. And that will happen in 3 phases. Phase 1 will involve putting up protective fencing and scaffolding. The developer has worked with Maggie and Maggie's Garden to ensure that the right kind of scaffolding and fencing is in place to protect the garden. Phase 2 will be bringing down the building, the Life Changes Church. And this is all about the church. I just want to be clear. And then phase 3 we'll be putting up a green fence around the property to begin prepping the full property for demolition when it's ready. That will include East Harlem Center. So our timeline will change as a result, and we hope to have an updated schedule at our January meeting. And the key word is hope. We're keeping that alive and hoping that we will have an updated construction timeline and schedule for our January meeting, January 13th. The papers, my understanding, has been filed for the demo, and that will move forward. And if all moves forward as planned, our understanding is that the church building will be taken down by the end of this year. So we are getting the final details on the demo plan, and that information will be posted on the East Harlem Center rebuild site so that folks have that information. And we will also have notices posted up on the East Harlem Center building on East 101st between Lexington and Park. And we will also send this information to the advisory committee as well. As part of the rebuild process, Children's Aid committed to creating a community advisory committee that is comprised of residents, East Harlem Center families, young people, and also elected officials. We meet 4 times a year, and those meetings are open to the public. And so we invite all community members to attend our open meetings in 2022. The remaining meetings are January 13th, March 31st, and June 9th. And those meetings are all on Thursdays, and they are 1 hour only, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. And we will hold each of those meetings on Zoom. The Zoom recordings for the other meetings are available for you to review, and they are on our website, and I will put that in the chat when I'm done. And I'm happy to take questions. I do have 2 slides if folks want to have a sense of the spacing and what we're talking about. But if not, I'm happy to take any questions that folks might have. And whatever I can't answer, I will get back to the committee board.
Great. We have a lot of another. Why don't you get that the slides put up as so we can show that, and then I'll entertain a few questions. I appreciate you being here and having sat in on many of those meetings. So while you get that pulled up, Jessica, why don't you go ahead and ask your question real quick, 2 birds, 1 stone, and then we'll go through a couple of the slides after she answers.
Thank you, Xavier, and thank you, Yolanda, for coming with an update after a long time. I know this project has been in the works for a very, very, very long time, and I am happy and sad to share that one of the first full board meetings that I attended was in the gym at the East Harlem Center. It was a November meeting, and so there were festivities that I had no idea what I was getting into. There were tears, there were celebrations, and it was all, I think, a reflection of that container. Since the development of the project, and I'm an architect by training, so I'm and a neighbor. I'm happy to attend the public sessions that you called out up ahead, but I do want to sort of bring to the table in question, since your project has continued to advance, creeping forward at a snail's pace, which is okay. We have found a special place for community on the street, right outside on East 101st Street, which has become a community hub and open street through the pandemic. So considering that public open space is one of the measures of inequity in disadvantaged communities and marginalized communities, it may behoove the development team to consider its interface with the outside and potential for really bolstering a sort of a strength that has come to bear, that has a long history, I know, on that very special street. But city agencies are always at ears now, looking for ways to be innovative. Yes, I did just say that, where there is opportunity. And this clearly is a big frame of partnering organizations for a transformational point of development in a very special place. And so I would urge you to consider that interface of outside and inside as it's evolved through the pandemic, given that presence didn't really exist before in such a regular way, though it does have, again, I will acknowledge, a long history along a very special street. So I look forward to continuing to engage, and thank you very much for sharing the progress.
Thank you for the comment, Jessica. David, I'll go to you after Yolanda runs through the slides, if that's okay. You'll have first crack at it. Is that all right? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, Yolanda, go ahead and take us through.
Sure. Just quickly, I just wanted to give people a visual of the property, and this is not the greatest visual, but just wanted people to understand that. So the Children's Aid property is A, and then the Life Changes Church, which is being taken down, is B, and then behind that is Maggie's Garden, which is not part of this visual. And so the new site, or the new facility that is coming up that will be developed, which again will include Mount Sinai, Life Changes Church, and Children's Aid, will be erected on A and B. And so A, B, and C. Just want to clarify, because C is the current East Harlem Center. So A, B, and C will be the lot that this new facility will be erected on, just to give people a sense of where it is positioned on the streets. And so our entrance will remain on 101st Street, and we will have 3 floors of the new facility. Our plans are to buy it back as a condo so that we will own it in perpetuity. And we will have outdoor space, but in the back of the building. Currently, our outdoor space is in the front, and it will be in the back. So just wanted to clarify that for folks.
Do you have another
and then
slide?
The other slide I have is of the dates that are coming up, so people could see those again. Yeah.
Great. All right, go and when you're ready, you can move to that slide. And David, you had a question.
I had a question just to add a little flavor. So behind me, I just want everybody to know that since we moved to Lexington Academy, we have not missed a beat in serving the community. We are serving the same amount of kids, and if not more, in addition, as we have expanded contracts at the school and looking forward to the rebuild. So, I just want to show some of the work that was done this summer around social justice. And I think it was very fitting that we came after the previous presentation, because I also have a question for them about what will actually we see different as we go forward based on this charter review. So this is work that kids did this summer as part of the Summer Rising program. 2 of the sketches were done by our middle school, and 1 was done by our adolescent teen group that we have at the center. And again, as you can see, if you could really see even closer, in each of those little squares that each kid did for those particular portraits, there's a 6-word memoir about what social justice means to them and how it affects them. And I think this, again, is the powerful thing that, again, Children's Aid, no matter what space we utilize in the community, that we will make it happen, and that we continue to service the same kids in the same community of East Harlem that we served previously. And actually, we do have a hand raised by one of our new board members that is on the Youth and Education and Parks Committee, Open Space and Parks, but is also a youth of Children's Aid who continues to teach me more about me and about teaching young people what they need to help them have the skills they need to be successful adults. So, Yolanda gave all this important things as it relates, but I don't want people to miss that we continue to provide the same impact in the community that we've always had. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I do want to, I see the hand up, Natasha Rodriguez. If you have a question or quick comment before we.
Well, I just wanted to add on to what David said. When we did that project this summer, because I was working with the 14 and 15-year-old SYP workers, we actually were learning about each of the cases. Like we did Breonna Taylor for my group, so we learned specifically about the case, what happened, where in the process it was at the time, in terms of like the legal side of it.
It's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. And to a quick comment to Natasha and all of our new board members who came on and came out to 101st Street and got to learn a little bit about the history. So thank you for being here and thank you for being part of it. Yolanda, thank you so much. We'll see you at the next meeting. Thank you, David. I'm presuming that's just an old hand. And that will close out our public session. And we toss back up the business section. Okay, so real quick, a couple quick announcements. We are, as per the email that was sent out and the kind reminder sent on behalf of the Elections Committee, now that we are in the business section, which stated in the email sent on October 8th by Angel, is that the period closes no later than the start of board business. Board business has begun. We have closed out the nomination period, and now we will move on into our section here with the adoption of the board minutes. The minutes from the last full board meeting were distributed to board members ahead of the time by the board office. If there's no objection, we will adopt the minutes from that meeting. Board members, if you object to the adopting of the minutes, you may raise your hand through Zoom. Okay, thank you, David. Seeing that there are no hands up, the board meeting minutes from the last full board are adopted. Chair's report. Nilsa sends her regrets for being unable to attend. Was there a chair report submitted to you, Angel?
We're going to have a written report.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing that there is none, I will move on to our district manager report. Angel?
And fair, I'm trying to eat.
Okay, well, how about this?
No, I'm kidding.
You don't have to go on camera, but I would like. Just kidding. I know. Go ahead.
Yes, you do.
Go on.
There, that's my ugly mug. So just a few things. On October 6th, Carly and I participated on the MTA's Park Avenue Viaduct site visit. A couple of board members were also there, Eva Chan, Diane Collier. Maybe some others I can't remember. But they were showing us the progress that's been made on the interim repairs to the viaduct in advance of the forthcoming replacement project, which is tentatively scheduled to begin in 2023. I've reported on this upcoming project a couple of times. On the 12th, we held our district service cabinet meeting. The minutes will be attached to the written report. And then just the last quick thing, excuse me. Each year, at least most years, we host a planning fellow through the Fund for the City of New York's program. And this year, like last year, we're pleased to be hosting two fellows. Carrie Ann Lewis will be Carrie Ann Lewis and Emily Sun. They'll both be working on projects with our office staff and a couple of committees. One of the projects is focused on the annual statement of needs process. That's what Carrie Ann's working on, and the other is focused on corridor planning for the future Second Avenue, the future of Second Avenue post completion of the second phase of the Second Avenue subway. That's Emily's project. In the past, you guys have heard me go on and on about the great experience that we've had with past fellows. You'll recall Lucian Reynolds, who ended up being a board member, was one of our fellows. Xiomara Pedraza, who also ended up being a board member, was one of our fellows. Kay Reel and Connor Allerton, who's now at the BP's office, were fellows of ours. So we've had a lot of success, and we look forward to these two individuals being, adding to that success. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Angel. And before I go into the officer reports, could I ask everyone who's a board member to put your cameras on just so we can say hi to each other? We haven't been able to have a real physical meet and greet. And I think several members have asked. I just want to be able to put a face with a name. So if you are in a position to flip on your camera for a little bit, we'll finish up the reports. I'm not going to be fussed after that as we go into the committee reports and actions, because I know some of us, families, animals,
You
so
need a
please,
body break emoji, so that when you need a body break, you can just put that emoji.
Or
up.
you could just bounce back.
or you could just go off camera. That's it. So, hey, look at that. Come on, guys, let's scroll through, say hi. We're getting through it all together. We will emerge from this, and it's just going to take all of our level best. So thank you for those that are flipping on your cameras to say hi and howdy. Okay, Vice Chair report. Just all over the map, went to Borough Board, loads of Zoom meetings. We're dealing with a whole host of issues from 125th Street, working with our council member. We also, on the higher side, and I'll just keep it very brief, just in the interest of time, because it's 8:08. We also have been hosting the Open Street program. We do have, as was announced earlier, this Halloween, if you are able to volunteer at 101st and Lexington, or up at 118th, 119th at Pleasant, please reach out. I know Marissa's volunteered. I have volunteered. It's from 2 to 6. We're going to table for a trunk or treat. I was there this past weekend with El Museo del Barrio and the International Puerto Rican Heritage Film Festival. We did a screening of New Yorker films, and been participating as well with the precinct council meetings, et cetera, and so on. So that's really it in a nutshell, for the interest of time. And I want to thank everyone for your service. And yes, Stephanie Arroyo showed up at 101st. Thank you. Everyone, we're all part of the solution. So please get out there in the field, report back, deliver to your committees. That's part of our purpose. So thank you, everyone. I will move on to our treasurer's report if there are no questions. Jason?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. I see no questions. As far as the treasurer's report, no formal report, but we're under budget, and we're looking to provide the fiscal year summary to you next month, as well as our adopted budget for the next fiscal cycle. Any questions, you guys can give me a call or email. Thanks. Oh, sorry. And one order of business, which we will be voting on later. We've checked, and that we're able to, we could cover the cost for the item. We're going to talk about that in executive, but just, if that becomes a question you had, the board's able to cover the expense. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And do we have a secretary reports or update from Judith or Angel?
I haven't received the report. No.
Okay, thank you.
Did you call me?
Yes, do you have a report as secretary or no?
No, not at this point. I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you very much. Moving on from our section, I'm going to go to committee reports and action items. This is the fun part of the meeting where we get through our business. We're going to go to housing first. And John?
I thought I was happy first. Good evening, everybody. John Green, interim chair of the housing committee. Actually, the thing is, the minutes for the last meeting is for entertainment purposes only. We had a very light agenda this month. The only thing that really happened was that Marlene went over our request for district needs, and she explained the staff suggestions, and we hashed everything out and voted and accepted all opinions of the staff, and they did a great job with how it was explained, and that's basically it.
If there are no questions, I'm going to move us along. Thank you very much, John. I sit on the committee. It's been a pleasure working with you and everyone there, and I look forward to having Wilfredo come to present. Next up is Public Safety and Transportation, Jose Altamirano. Jose?
Here.
Hey. All right.
Hope everyone's doing well. This month we have a worthy cause. We're here in support of the co-naming of the northeast corner of East 128th Street of Park Avenue as Reverend James Allen Way. We had a complete application. We actually send them back for more signatures of the surrounding area, which they completely complied with. We gave some information previously in regards to the history of Reverend James Allen Way. We had someone give some testimony in the beginning in the public speaking. And we look forward to ratifying this as a board.
Okay, thank you very much, Jose. Are there any questions in regard to this matter before us?
Let's do this.
I see Diane Collier, Diane, and then Jason Villanueva. Diane?
So I don't really have a question, Xavier. My name is not on the petition, and as some of you do or do not know, that I do have a house on 128th Street in Park Avenue. But what I will say about this is that the organization came to me and asked me about this personally. And we all came to the agreement that he does deserve to have a co-naming on 128th Street, particularly in front of the building that he is. That's where he started, 1881. And I know I've heard all of the comments from the public speakers, but the most important thing about James Allen is that he started this program when there was absolutely no money, no funding for any kind of drug program for anybody who didn't have any money. And the way he raised that money was through his ARC choir. Now, I'm sure they might have talked about this, Jose. It might have been, I wasn't at that meeting, but when clearly at a time that probably back in the early 60s, there was certainly no OASIS, there was certainly no what we call opioid funding, and he did all of that on his own, and got to the point where he not only had a drug program, but he also had the ability to hire people from the community, as well as to encourage people and develop housing for them once they left the program. So when it comes to my vote, I will give them a yes, because they came to me and actually we worked through it as neighbors should work through it. So that's all I have to say.
We actually were blessed with a little snippet of the choir. We did get some song and blessings during their presentation, so we were very fortunate for anyone present. But thank you for those words, Diane.
Thank you, Diane. That was, thank you very much. That's very helpful, I think, to the body to hear that, and also to just about the engagement and the advocacy and work that was done at that ground level. Thank you very much. I see Jason.
Motion to support the committee's recommendation.
Okay, I will call for a second. Please raise your hand. Well, who is that? Oh, that was Candy. Was that Candy? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll recognize it, please, just to make it easier for
Sorry, I did raise my hand too.
Okay, thank you. So that's a motion by Jason, second by Candy. Please call the roll, Angel.
Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
Yes.
Angel, I think you skipped me. Adam?
where are you? Dan Brija,
Yes.
Eric Alcancela, Stephanie Arroyo.
Yes.
Another right late. Diane Collier,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz, Angela Donadell,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Jose Encarnacion,
Yes.
Judith Fabraro,
Yes.
Roger Flores, Sandy Garcia,
Hey, sorry, I was on mute.
Go ahead, Doc, what's your vote? Are you a yes or a no, Roger? Okay, we'll come back to Roger. David Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
is absent. Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky, Marissa Mack, Marissa?
Yes. Did you hear me?
No, I didn't. Are you a yes?
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Giselle,
Yes.
Tricia,
Yes.
Francis,
Yes.
Malik McCullough?
Yes.
Thank you. Malik? Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Elsa Rama is absent. Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Miguel Pava,
Yes.
Julie Peña, absent. Mark Perez,
Yes.
Savasia Robinson Teague,
Yes.
Natasha Rodriguez,
Yes.
Don Rodriguez, excuse me, Don Rodriguez, Don Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Torres, Candy Vasquez,
Yes.
Jason Villanueva,
Yes.
Ty Whitaker, Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Yes.
Jordan Wright,
Yes.
Jason Wu.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jose, and to the committee. We will be proud to announce this to all those who have advocated for the street renaming. If there are no other notes, Jose?
No, the rest is for information purposes.
Thank you very much. All right, moving along, we're going to go to licenses and permits. Madam Brija?
Yeah, Judith, my vice chair, is gonna do it this month.
Okay, great.
Okay, do you have the list there? I have it. We have a Perez Familia. It's a new applicant. And let me see why we denied that application, because they didn't have a filled out stipulation. But as I heard, Marlene did get the stipulation. So at this point, I guess, with the rest of the.
I'm sorry, Judith. I didn't get the stipulation. The applicant didn't show up. They were a new applicant. You guys request that new applicants attend the meeting. That's why you all
Oh,
denied.
you didn't get the stipulation. All
No.
right, so then that was the denial on the Perez Familia. It's a new application on Second Avenue, but I thought that they were supposed to bring in the stipulation. Obviously, they didn't. So we denied it. Thank you, Marlene. Whoops. All right, the second one is product in demand. That too is a new application. Let's see. I think they had everything. That one was approved. Okay. The next one was Uptown Burger, Joy Burger on Lexington Avenue. That one was approved. Trying to go through them. I have the documents here. The next one also was a new one. I don't know if I'm saying this right. Mate Churros Corporation. It's on 3rd Avenue between 109th and 110th. And that one, I don't know, Marlene, they were supposed to change the times from 11 to 11. Did that happen?
Yes.
Okay, so then that one was approved. The next one is Effie's Kitchen, and that was denied because we received no documents for that one. Same thing happened at La Chouk. That too is on Lexington Avenue, and they sent in no documents, so that was denied. Mercado's Cuisine on Lexington Avenue. Sorry to say, same thing, no documents, so that was denied. There was a conditional motion on Il Gnocchi. Did they bring in what we had asked for, Marlene?
You guys approved that applicant, Judith?
It was a condition, remember?
Judith, the application was approved. They brought in all their documents. They didn't have any 311s. They were approved.
Okay, so then. Oh, I see what it was. On their stipulation, they had till 3 a.m. And on their questionnaire, they had till 2 a.m. Was that corrected?
Yes, Judith, it was corrected.
Okay, so then that was approved. And next one was Colina Bar Corporation. That was denied because they had no notice. There was no notice put up. Did that come in, Marlene?
No.
Okay, so then that was denied. Next one was Hang Hang. Also denied because they had no documents. The next one was a renewal. They had all their documents. Mrs. Anti on East 99th Street, that was approved. And the next one was a door lounge. They had all their documents and that was approved. Did everyone get that?
Thank you, Judith. I'm going to repeat it based on what was presented before us. And everyone, please bear with me because as you've received in your agenda, item 1 for the business session was the street renaming. So we're going to be going from items 2, which begins our licenses and permits, as always. I'm going to read them out and then I'm going to recommend bundling them for the approvals and then a bundling for the deny. The first one is 2, to approve the application of product and demand for a new full liquor license for the restaurant located at 2026 Second Avenue, Cross Street 104. Right. Number 3 is the application for Uptown Burger Corp. doing business as Joy Burger Bar, and that's a new wine, beer, and cider license, and that's license number 1280822. Restaurant located at 1567 Lexington Avenue, New York, 100th Street is the cross street. Next is number 4, the application for Mate Churros Corp. New full liquor license for the restaurant located at 1997 3rd Avenue, cross street, 110th Street. Number 5 is an approval for the application of Il Gnocchi Restaurant, doing business at Il Gnocchi, to renew wine, beer, cider license number 1273722 for a restaurant located at 118 East 116th Street on Lexington Avenue, cross. And number 6, the application for Mrs. Ann Tai, Inc. to renew a wine beer cider license number 1306646 at 173 East 99th Street, New York, New York, 3rd Avenue. And finally, of the approvals is the application for M&N Business Group Inc. doing business as a Zadar Lounge to renew a full liquor license number 1274006 at 1637 Park Avenue, store C2. That is across street, 116th Street. I see, do we have a motion to approve as a bundle? Jessica, I see your hand raised.
Motion to approve as read on the record.
Thank you. A lot of hands going up. Michelle Wiltshire Clement.
Motion to second as.
Please call. Thank you. Please call the roll.
That was Michelle Wiltshire Clement, right?
Yes.
Okay. Jose Altamirano. Leroy Andino.
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo.
Yes.
Erica Cancela. Okay, Erica Cancela. Madame Brija.
Yes.
Yolanda Brown.
Yes.
Eva Chan.
Yes.
Diane Collier.
Yes.
Carlos Diaz is absent. Angela Donadell.
Yes.
Jessica Elliott.
Yes.
Jose Encarnacion.
Yes.
Ruth Febraro.
Yes.
Roger Flores.
Yes.
Jose Andy Garcia. Not here. David Giordano.
Yes.
John Green.
Aye.
Robert Harvey.
Yes.
Chair Heredia is absent. Ivy Hume.
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson.
Yes.
Robin Krinsky.
Yes.
Marissa Mack.
Yes.
Giselle Malave.
Yes.
Pat Martin.
Yes.
Francis Mastroda. Malik McCullough. Jennifer Meyer.
Yes.
Jessica Morris.
Yes.
Also Ram is absent. Padilla.
Yes.
Miguel Pava.
Yes.
Shirley Pena. Absent. Art Perez.
Yes.
Savasia Robinson Teague.
Yes.
Nat Rodriguez.
Yes.
John Sanders.
Yes.
Xavier Santiago.
Yes.
Isaac Scott.
Yes.
Russell Schuler.
Yes.
Vinny Torres is absent. Jason Villanueva.
Yes.
Andy Vives Vasquez.
Yes.
Nye Whitaker.
Yes.
Michelle Wiltshire Clement.
Yes.
Jordan Wright.
Yes.
Jason Wu.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Angel. I'm now going to go to the denials since they were already addressed. I'm going to read them in for the record and then bundle those. For those that have asked why we aren't doing through general acclamation is because not everyone can be seen. That's part of it, but I have asked if there's a workaround. I'm waiting for advisement. Number 8, deny the application of Perez Family LLC for a new wine, beer, and cider license. The restaurant located at 2108 2nd Avenue, across street, 108th Street. Number 9, deny the application of Manuel Mercado doing business in Mercado's Cuisine to renew a full liquor license number 1167451, a restaurant located at 1759 Lexington Avenue, across street, 109th Street. Number 10, deny the application of 1567 Lex Cafe Corp doing business as Effie's Kitchen to renew a wine, beer, and cider license number 1287495, restaurant located at 1567 Lexington Avenue, across street, 100th Street. Number 11, deny the application for 1569 Lex Cafe Corp doing business as Le Chouk to renew a wine, beer, and cider license, and number 1284867 for a restaurant located at 1569 Lexington Avenue, across street at 100th Street. Number 12, deny the application of Colina Bar Corp. To renew a full liquor license number 1272267, restaurant located at 2263 Second Avenue, 116th Street. And number 13, deny the application for Hang Inc. doing business as Mali to renew a wine, beer, and cider license number 1289828 for a restaurant located at 2028 Second Avenue, cross street, 104th Street. I'm going to bundle all those, and I see a hand raised. Nia Whitaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just really quickly, I was just asking if, when we're voting, if we could flip, because there are a lot in the bundle, but also I was just asking for clarification. I don't recall a Colina. There was one referencing a Colina bar on 116, and I didn't know if that was the name of the restaurant because it says a renewal. I'm just not familiar with the Colina bar on 116.
Stand by.
Thank you.
Colina.
What was the problem with Colina?
No problem, Judith. I was just asking if there was another name for it. I just wasn't familiar with a Colina bar for a renewal on 116. I was just wondering if it had another name.
The Colina bar is on Second Avenue.
What's the address, Judith? Is it 2263 Second Avenue?
Yes, yes.
Isn't that Sandy's restaurant?
That's what I thought. Thank you, Adem. I just was on the corner of Second. You only have Sandy's, and across the street from Sandy's, you have El Nuevo Caridad. So I was just clarifying.
Right, I've read in, so please go back just for clarification, Carly, to the slides with 2 through.
Well, on their
Item number 12 on the list.
You know what? I'm looking at a picture on Google Maps, and Sandy's is actually 2261. And if you look next door, there does appear to be a bar.
There
There's
is
just
a
no
bar.
name on it. They don't have like an awning with a name, so that might be their name. They just don't display it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, well, on the 30-day notice, it's 2263 Second.
Okay. So what we have read into the record as is here is that is the applicant who applied, and this was the denial brought before the committee.
Yes.
Okay, so we're clear on that and how it's associated. So I'll again ask, in bundling these, do we have a motion to deny, to adopt the committee's recommendation, which would be you approve the denial? Jason Villanueva,
Motion to support the committee's recommendation.
okay. Thank you. To second, I saw Jessica Morris up earlier.
I'm going to second Jason's motion to support the committee's recommendations.
Great, thank you very much. And please be quick to the draw with your unmuting as we go through the roll. Angel?
Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Dem Brija,
Yes.
Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
Yes.
Diane Collier,
Yes.
Angela Donadell,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Encarnacion,
Yes.
Judith Ferraro,
Yes.
Roger Flores,
Yes.
Sandy Garcia is absent. David Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes, sir.
Jada Aurelia is absent. Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky, Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Pat Martin,
Yes.
Francis Mastroda, Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Miguel Pava,
Yes.
Shirley Pena, absent. Art Perez,
Yes.
Savasia Robinson Teague,
Yes.
Don Sanders,
Yes.
Excuse me,
Nat-
Angel,
uh,
get me.
Yeah, I know, sorry. Nat Rodriguez,
Yes.
I was reading too fast. Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Benny Torres is out. Jason Villanueva,
Yes.
Andy Vivas Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Yes.
Jordan Wright,
Yes.
Jason Wu.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. Let's move the meeting along. Okay, we have our Environment, Open Space and Parks, Jessica Elliott.
Hi, everyone. Good night. Or good, hope you're having a good night.
See ya.
Good night. Good night. Bye. So we had a great meeting. Just wanted to make a quick announcement that came from the meeting, which was that ULI Urban Plan for Public Officials workshop is going to be happening on November 12th. And I'm helping to promote this workshop. It's a free workshop and it's focused on community board members and staff. So we talked about that. And if you would like to be involved or attend, it's a full day workshop. And I can send you some information. I'll put my email in the chat. Also, Art Park, Harlem Art Park is having a October 31st daytime adult masquerade party. So please show up. Also, Halloween Bash is happening at Randall's Island. Stacy Pappas and I went to a talk on the East River waterfront with Transportation Alternatives this past month, which was really a great experience, talking about the work that we're doing on the waterfront with resiliency and the future Richard Toussaint Park. And we also had a presentation by DEP regarding the solar installations project at Ward's Island. So that's an existing facility that was built in the 1930s, and they are presenting a solar installation that would seek to address the issues of climate change, and it would provide a ton of energy, 7.8 megawatts, by implementing a variety of solar installation types. So design is underway and construction will begin in 2023. So we wanted to send that also over to EcoDev as they're going to be providing a number of jobs. So would love if we could collaborate on that. And obviously we talked through all of our committee discussion regarding the budget, and that was a great conversation. So thank you to everyone for their hard work as usual. And everything else is for information purposes only. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jessica, and thank you for all the work that the committee does. Next up, we are going to move along to our, youth and education, right? Hold on a second. Yep, youth and education. David?
Good evening, everyone. It's good to see everybody again. Sorry for missing last full board meeting, and thank you for all those that reached out with their condolences. Just very quickly, I think this is going to be a good year for youth and education as we work towards expanding. That's my internal theme, expanding the work that we do, expanding youth and a youth voice on the committee. And I want to thank Natasha for being our new youngest member for Community Board 11 and really driving. I think even more than the Youth and Education Committee, her passion is really with open parks and space. So, you know, let the young people in our community speak and let their voices be loud. I just also want to take a moment to, and Yolanda may have mentioned this and I may have missed it, that we did have open call for new board members for the Community Advisory Board. And I just want to take a moment to thank Raja, as well as John Green and Natasha, actually the whole Rodriguez clan, because all of their family sat as members on the committee, really to help reach this next phase. And for me, it seems like it's really moving forward finally, and that we will have a new center. But I thought it was really important that as the chair of the Youth and Education Committee, to really reiterate the work that we do around youth is so important. And just as I said before, the portraits behind me, Natasia's voice now on the community board, Adino, Leroy, who I worked with youth and now is on the committee as well. And I look forward to him helping develop more youth voices on the committee. So that's really my thing. How do we expand youth voices? How do we expand our role in the community, addressing the needs for youth? We also had, as Open Parks and Space,
Hi, how you doing?
had Drive Shack come and present. And I think we'll discuss that more in executive. And overall, I think, again, for me and as the chair of the committee and through the committee, some of the same kinds of things. What is going to be the benefit to the community in support of Drive Shack becoming this new wonderful thing that will be on Randall's Island as well. And again, we want to open up opportunities for youth. I think we put in some conditions. To me, when you come and present and say, we're going to go to high schools who have golf programs, and well, what golf program or what high school in East Harlem has a golf program, right? And we don't even have that many high schools that are our own. So I'm really hoping that as this comes to fruition, that really we can develop that relationship with specifically Esperanza, that is one of our local high schools that serves kids from East Harlem. So again, how do we expand these wonderful opportunities in our community for our youth? So really that's where I am with expanding. I think everything else will defer. That was our presentation at the last community committee meeting. I also want to commend the DA's office and the work they've done in expanding a lot of the work that they've done in the community. They had the piece, I forget the name offhand, the Day of Healing a few weeks ago on the 25th, and it was a wonderful event where, again, bringing community together, having our own community perform, and giving, again, youth the opportunity to show what they can represent. Any questions? Any bottles, any bones, any?
Thank you, David. Thank you very much.
I just want to say I'm new. I'm Shavasia Robinson Teague.
Hi,
I was
Shavassia.
new to the youth. Hi, how are you? How's everyone? Good. I just wanted to say hello, and I am excited to be a new member of the youth and educational team. I am a community, I'll say, navigator. I like to connect the community in general in a whole with the resources around the community. I work with youth, seniors, and I also use my business and nonprofit platform to also be able to help. Sorry, I had my video off. To also be able to help everyone in the community. So I do love being on the team, which I say is always great to be a part of the team. And I just want to say hello and introduce myself.
Well, welcome.
Thank
we look
you.
forward to seeing you and helping us, move young people forward. But also, I just want to reiterate, youth and education is not just for youth. It's about education for adults as well, and how we can support our adults and educational opportunities as they come forward. So once again, I look forward to working with everybody and just have a great day. Welcome to new members that we haven't seen before. And again, looking forward to you being in that space with us. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Slavska. Welcome. And just a quick reminder, all the membership, I know it's getting a little late, about 8:46, 8:45, and just raise your hands because it'll allow me to actually keep moving, going on at a good clip. Since there are no other questions, I'm going to move along to our land use, landmarks, and planning. Elsie?
Hello, everyone. So yes, we are here to approve. We have 2 items, I believe, on our agenda. There's a lot of words here, but we'll try to get through it, okay? So the first one is to approve a land use application number C220059 which is known as the Castle 3 project, located on 107-111 East 123rd Street, with the conditions that A, to the extent legally permissible, qualified residents of Manhattan Community District 11 are given priority in the leasing of residential units, including targeted outreach in partnership with local community service organizations serving formerly incarcerated and other low-income residents of East Harlem. B, that the Fortune Society establish partnerships with local workforce development organizations to source qualified residents of East Harlem for employment opportunities created in all phases of this project, including design, construction, and post-construction. And lastly, that the Fortune Society establish a community advisory board for the Castle 3 project property to be facilitated in collaboration with CB11. For those who are unfamiliar with the Castle 3 project, it is 82 unit apartment coming up. It is 58 of the units, I believe, will be for homeless and formerly incarcerated individuals. They will have on-site comprehensive supportive services, including counseling and workforce training. And to get more details about it, it is on the CB11 website under our current projects. I believe it's the first one listed there. So there's a presentation, and all of the application materials are also listed under the current projects on CB11M.org.
Great, thank you. I see one hand raised, Pastor Isaac Scott.
Is this something we should put forth for a motion?
Yes, we will be putting forth a motion on the Castle 3 project.
Can I do that now? I'm sorry.
I see that I see no other hands at the moment. Yes, you may put forward a motion.
Motion to approve the land use application for Castle Hill.
I have a second. Jason, it's all yours.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Jose Altamirano,
I want to say Jason's on a roll today. Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Dan Brija,
Yes.
Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan.
Abstain.
Ann Collier,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz is not here. Angela Donadell,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Elsa Encarnacion,
Yes.
Ruth Fabraro,
Abstain.
Roger Flores, Sandy Garcia is not here. David Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey
Yes.
is not here. Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack.
Yeah.
Giselle Malave. Pat Martin,
Yes.
thank you. Francis Mastroda,
Yes.
Malik McCullough is not here. Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Nelsa is absent. Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Miguel Pava,
Yes.
Shirley Pena is not here. Perez, Savasia Robin Teague,
Yes.
Nat Rodriguez,
Yes.
Don Sanders, Xavier Santiago.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, did you get my abstain? I'm sorry.
Oh, you're abstaining? Okay, good. Thank you. Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
So Schuler,
Yes.
Benny Torres is absent. Jason Villanueva,
Yes.
Andy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Yes.
Jordan Wright,
Yes.
Jason Wu.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back up here. Roger Flores, did you get your vote in? No. And there was one more. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Elsie.
I think we have
Thank-
one more.
One more? Yep.
Yeah.
There we go.
No problem. So this is for an approval for application LPC -22-01916, which is at 47 East 129th Street. They're seeking a certificate of appropriateness from NYC Landmarks Preservation Commission for a proposed entrance stair lift for barrier-free access as part of a conversion of a rectory building into residential use. So it's a landmark building and they would like it to be obviously accessible. And so they went through and they presented to us a number of variations that they had attempted to use for their stair lift, and ultimately presented us with what they had chosen. And that would fit the space as well as all of the provisions or restrictions, should I say, that come along with the landmarks. So that's what they come up. They presented it, we approved it, and we're seeking approval from the full board.
Okay, thank you very much, Elsie. I see Yolanda Brown's hand up.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to make a motion to approve as decided by the committee. If
Okay.
there aren't any questions.
I will entertain a second.
I have a question.
You have a question? Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So, Elsie, is this the church, the Catholic church that's on Madison Avenue? All Saints?
Elsie?
Is this the church All Saints?
I'm on mute, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I believe so, yes. I believe it is All Saints. I'm gonna just triple check, but I believe so.
The rectory is in the block as compared to the church? Am I correct on that?
Yes.
And so where are they putting the stair lift? Because I'm familiar with the block, I'm familiar with the church itself. So the stair lift, is it going to be on the street or is it going to be in the building?
So, great question. So and it is limited space there. The stair lift is one that comes out and kind of flips down and then will be used to lift up, and then it goes back and then hides kind of behind the wall of where you're going up in the entrance. So it does, while it is in use, it will be out into the street and it will come up. There is still some space there that is allowable and people will still be able to pass it. But while it is not in use, it is kind of flipped up and to the side of the building and kind of is stationed on the side of the building. It's very similar. I don't know if you were present for the presentation on 106th Street that we also have a similar one. It's almost the same lift, if not the same. So it's not a permanent new piece outside of the building.
So it's not permanent, it's just temporary for?
No, it is a permanent piece, but what I'm saying, it doesn't lay, the lift is not outside of the building into the street permanently. It only does that while it is in use. When it is not in use, it flips up and kind of hides behind that wall that's right there. There's I don't know if that is actually on the current projects page. Angel, if you can confirm, maybe I'll just look real quick.
So really, this is for accessibility more than it is for anyone who needs that type of stair lift, correct?
It's for accessibility for anyone who needs.
Yes, accessibility. Is it also going to be for the church? Or is it just strictly for the residents?
You know, I
Ju-
don't know.
It's just for the residents.
It's just for the residents, Angel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank-
Did we, and this is my last question, do we know the name of the developer who's got this? Because it's a developer that bought the church, am I correct?
Yes, and I'm looking up the.
For supportive housing?
It is a developer. I'm just looking up.
Yeah.
Now I'm switching screens as we speak. Excuse me.
All right. I mean, I'm concerned as to how much impediment is going to be in the street for the residents that have to walk the street. Because I'm familiar with that little area. It's a small building compared to the church.
Yeah, and with the restrictions of landmarks, that was also the biggest issue, because as you know, that right there's like the basement, the stairs that go in downstairs into the basement. So they couldn't even put the lift on that side because then it would block the stairs. There was a number of configurations that they tried with the space and with the thing, but also having to make it accessible was the challenge there. I think they came up with the best possible solution for that, but you know.
And only for the residents, not at all for any application within the church, which I believe is going to turn into a school.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you for those questions to clarify, Diane. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Dawn, I believe you said you had some questions real quick.
Yes, I just wanted to know who is supposed to live in that building. I think I heard a little bit about supportive housing, but I had heard about a project close to there, and I'm just trying to place more of the details of this project. Who's going to be living in this building?
To be honest with you, they did not give a presentation about that. The presentation was mainly on the lift. And so if they have in the past, I don't know. Angel, you may know more about that. That was not part of that.
We have not been informed that it's supportive housing.
Oh,
No.
Thank you, Dawn. All right. We've had those questions. I will now entertain a second from Reverend Brown's approval. So, Adem Briha,
Yeah, I'll second it.
please call the roll.
Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo, Adem Briha,
Yes.
Yolanda Brown, Ann Collier,
I'm going to say no on this, Angel, because I'm not sure what kind of housing it is.
Angela Donadell,
No.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion,
Yes.
Roger Flores, David Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Yes.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky, Marissa Mack,
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. Marissa,
Robert, yes.
so Robin's a yes, and Marissa is a
I'm a no.
no. Pat Martin,
Yes.
Francis Mastroda,
So where is the attendant?
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Abstain, please.
sorry, my screen's stuck. Give me 1 second. Andrew Padilla, Sorry, Andrew, say that again.
Sorry, my service is bad. That was a yes.
Thanks, pal. Miguel Pava,
Yes.
Art Perez,
Yes.
Vasia Robinson Teague,
Abstain.
Matt Rodriguez,
Abstain.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Jason Villanueva,
Yes.
Andy Vasquez,
Abstain.
Nye Whitaker.
forgot me.
I think me too.
Okay, let me finish the list and I'll come back to the me's. Nye Whitaker,
Abstain.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Yes.
Gordon Wright,
Abstain.
Jason Wu,
Yes.
Judith. Who was the ones that I missed? Was it Judith?
You forgot me.
I thought you said abstain.
No, you didn't call me. Well,
Okay, what's your-
anyway, I didn't hear my name, so I don't know.
What's your vote?
No,
Turn off the TV, Judith.
Okay, what was the other voice that I missed?
Dawn,
Hold
Sanders.
on. I'm looking through real quick. Was Eva Chan called? Giselle
No.
Malay, Raja Flores, and Dawn Sanders.
I vote abstain. Thank you.
Dawn Sanders?
abstain.
Yeah, she said that before. Hey,
Okay,
Dawn.
I'm so sorry.
No, I got you before.
okay, just making sure. Giselle Malave,
I'm sorry. This is Stephanie. I missed when you guys called me. I vote yes. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Thank you, Stephanie.
This is Giselle. My vote is yes.
have we missed anyone else?
I'm sorry, Vice Chair. There was some background noise. Did we ever hear who the developer was on the project?
Oh, we did not say who did the development.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thanks for
Mhm.
clarification.
No problem. The motion passes.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Elsie. It covers the 2 action items.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work on that committee. I'm gonna keep us plodding along, and we'll go on to our Human Services, Nye Whitaker.
If I celebrated Halloween, I might be here as a skeleton, so forgive me, guys. I'm freezing for some reason today, so forgive my voice. Good evening, everyone. Health and Human Services does not technically have any actionable items, but did want to share 2 updates with the committee, with the full board very briefly. The first is that the Health and Human Services Committee is embarking on an initiative we discussed at the end of the last cycle, which is a questionnaire that we are sharing with local service providers so that we could get up-to-date information during this pandemic regarding the services that they provide, who their appropriate contact, point of contacts are, and information about the types of services and what their encatchment is. In other words, is it primarily East Harlem based, outside, a combination? Also questions about how they're funded and how many years they've been in the community, among others. We want to make sure that we are consistent in gathering information about what providers are here in our community so that we can amplify their work, as well as be able to invite them to present to the Health and Human Services Committee about their services so that we can build a better engagement plan of action with these service providers and build better communications. Secondly, I know there's been a lot of conversation that the DOHMH presented regarding an update around opioid overdoses affecting the entirety of New York City. and explorations into the placement of new safe injection sites, which the city is exploring. I believe the borough president also mentioned that during her presentation. There was no plans regarding sightings at this time. It was an informational presentation only. And those are the two updates that we have right now. Marlene, I don't think that there was anything else, but please, if I forgot anything, feel free to chime in. I think we're good. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. And I'm not seeing any questions. Well, I have Stephanie, is your hand a hand from the previous motion?
Sorry about that. That was when I was trying to get your attention because I had to vote. Sorry.
Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you, Nye. Thank you, everyone. Next up is EcoDev and Culture. Marissa.
Hi, everyone. Sorry. Multitasking. Okay. So we actually do not have any actionable items for this month. We did have a few recommendations for Drive Shack, which we will be speaking about later in the discussion this evening. I did want to bring to everyone's attention a presentation from BNYC. This is a new initiative by SDS that's supporting Black entrepreneurs through a number of different resources and services. We did receive information from them that hopefully we will distribute to the rest of the board and the community board listserv. So I just wanted to mention that. And again, the information on Drive Shack, we did have a number of recommendations that we will add to the recommendations that are being put forth by the Parks Committee, and we'll discuss that later on. So that's it. Actually, one other thing, I did want to thank Carly and Giselle. Carly was able to step in for Angel this month and help out with our discussion as well as our district needs flow. And Giselle was to step in as I had a previous engagement. So I just want to say thank you to the two of those individuals. Eva?
Thank you very much. I see one hand raised by Eva. Your question.
So actually to add to what Marissa said, there was one kind of action item that I took away with the Drive Shack business folks. And then we actually spoke after the meeting and they spoke to RIPA, the Randall River Randall Park Alliance. So they said that they are interested in doing more advocacy work to improve transportation into Randall's Island, which would drive more business to that area. So they invite CB11 to participate in joint force.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Eva.
All right, wonderful. See that there are no other questions. We'll move. And again, Marissa, you should be plugging that we're going to be out there on Sunday.
You did such a great job earlier today, Xavier. So earlier in the call, but yes, for those who are able to, the open street will be taking place 101 and Pleasant Avenue for Halloween again this year. It was a great event last year, so hopefully you guys will be able to bring kitties and yourselves out.
Yep.
Xavier, floor back to you.
Thanks, Marissa. Okay, moving on. District needs and budget, Jason. Jason.
Sorry, I was just finished eating. You guys were giving such great presentations. Yeah, we had a great meeting. First and foremost, I want to take this moment, this opportunity. Give me a sec, close this door. Thank everybody, each and every single one of you, my constituents, the staff, for all the efforts and energy. I need not tell you, probably just the title itself of the committee is a lot to process. And with that said, without your engagement, your influence, and most importantly, your presence, we wouldn't be talking about the document that we're going to be able to present to you today. So we had a very in-depth conversation. I believe the meeting started at 6:30. We ended at 10, definitely a record for us. But there was a lot to talk about and a lot more involvement by the community in the sense of what we did for the first time this year. And not we've done public surveys before, but I have to say the amount of engagement that all of you participated and ensuring that our local community-based organizations got involved. So we took a few motions. As already stated in September, our three main issues for this year that came up are affordable housing, homelessness, and then crime and public safety. There was a very elaborate, robust, deliberated committee discussion. We took a variety of motions to get to the point of the document that's presented today that has been sent to you when you received your meeting minute package for today's meeting. So forgive me if I'm looking off, it's just a lot to read on. So I just want to make sure I'm accurate. So we definitely had a motion to accept to add items, as well as we had a motion to remove items, to add items. That motion was denied. To remove items, that motion was denied. Then we took two other motions to set the prioritization of the budget requests themselves that have been consolidated by all of the committees. I need not tell you, very intense conversation. And again, thank you all for your participation, which ultimately resulted in us being able to provide a recommendation to the executive committee to further establish the process for this document. So that motion went and it passed unanimously. I'm sorry, not unanimously. I shouldn't say that, but it will definitely be reflected in the minutes of the vote and on the count. And that's pretty much it. As far as it relates to the position that was taken, as far as the budget requests were, the statements themselves for the various policy areas have been sent out. So, we're looking for a motion of approval of the statement of district needs and budget requests as recommended by the executive committee. And so that way we could submit it for, to OMB and the District of City Planning. Any questions or concerns?
I am not seeing any hands raised. So thank you very much, Jason. Thank you for your work, the committee's work. We have been, since the committee's inception, 4 years in the making. This process every year gets better and better. So thank you very much. I see one hand up, Andrew.
This is in regards to making a motion on the committee's actions tonight, but I'm not sure if this is the time yet.
It is not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So moving on, if you kindly lower your hand, Andrew, just so I don't call it again.
Oh,
yeah, no problem. Just working together. Okay. All right, moving on to executive committee. I had to chair for NYCHA.
Xavier, I'm sorry. I so apologize. I really wanted to make this one last point for district needs, only because it's time sensitive. November 29th, October 29th, November 4th, and November 10th, the Manhattan Borough President's Office is sponsoring training specific to community district needs and budget requests. I'm echoing it because to me, it's the first of its kind with the amount of trainings that have been provided. And I think it's this is my opinion. I think it's a reflection of a lot of the work that has came out of this board that is being mirrored by a lot of other boards. That said, there's a high demand for the training. So I really, urge you to attend. And if you have any questions, please reach out to me. I know you probably got the email from the borough president or Angel. And again, if email ain't your thing, you could call me and we'll figure it out. Thank you. Sorry, Xavier.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. I'm going to move us along. It's 9:17. Nearly there. We have an executive. I chaired it. I'm going to give you a brief update. We'll have chaired the meeting. We discussed several action items. We're going to do the sponsored ones first. I'd like to do these as a bundle. If there are any questions, Jason can just opine about the financial contribution. But we had a presentation to request a co-sponsor for the Harlem Yes World AIDS Day event. We had sponsored this 2 years ago, and it was a very successful event with women and of color and AIDS. We had, I think, Nye Whitaker, Nilsson, myself, Gail Brewer showed up. It is a scourge that is still afflicting our communities, especially BIPOC communities in Northern Manhattan. The committee had voted to approve that. The second one is to approve a request to co-sponsor the International Puerto Rican Heritage Film Festival. The chair of the Board of Trustees came and presented. It's their 11th year. I will, just so you know, because I was named last year the festival director, I will be present, not voting. We are exhibiting here in the home we were founded, and that was voted by the committee to approve. The third one is to approve the request to co-sponsor and provide a contribution in the amount of $500 for the 2021 East Harlem Holiday Tree Lighting on 106th Street. We have supported this in the past, and if memory serves, we have actually decreased our contribution this year based on the financials. Last year, I think we appropriated, or the year prior appropriated more, but given the state of affairs, we've approved, the request was for $500, and that is what was approved by the committee. With that, Jason, if you would like to say just a few brief words on that, number 18, before I bundle them for a vote.
Yes, as discussed at executive, we have funds to allocate for the sponsorship.
Okay. Thank you, Jason. And so we have items 16, 17, and 18. Of them, I have a hand raised, Jessica Elliott.
Motion to approve the committee's recommendations.
All right, for 16, 17, and 18, motion to approve. John Green.
Second.
Okay, please call the roll.
Okay, can you guys unmute so you're ready for me when I'm calling your name? Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Dan Breham,
Yes.
Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
Yes.
Dan Collier,
Yes.
Angela Donadell,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Jose Encarnacion,
Yes.
Judith Fabraro,
Yes.
Roger Flores,
Yes.
Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
Peter Heredia is not here, Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Matt Martin,
Abstain.
So just to clarify, for number 16, Pat Martin should be noted as present, not voting, because she's part of the Harlem Yes organization. For the others, are you abstaining, Pat, for 17 and 18?
I vote yes.
For 17, 18, but present, not voting for 16. Okay, thank you. Carry on.
Francis Mastroda, Malik McCullough, Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Drew Padilla,
Yes.
Miguel Bava,
Yes.
Art Perez,
Yes.
Savasia Robinson Teague,
Yes.
Nat Rodriguez,
Yes.
Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
and President not voting on 17, correct? Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Rennie Torres is not here. Jason Villanueva,
Yes.
Candy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
I have to vote present, not voting on 16. I sit on another board that helps fund that organization, and I'm voting yes for 17 and 18.
thank you, Nye. Joe Wiltshire Clement,
Yes.
Jordan Wright,
Yes.
Jason Wu,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you very much. Quick reminder that if you ever have a question about conflict of interest, COIB, Conflict of Interest Board, you can call them and they will advise you, and it is confidential. So if you ever have a question regarding a vote or some business before the board, you can contact them. So just that'll help us move business along fast in the future. Thank you, members. Next, number 4, or this, well, be number 19, approve the Drive Shack's proposed new golf entertainment center at Randall's Island on the condition that, and this is coming from the executive committee, that A, in coordination with the East Harlem Schools for Youth program, outreach is considered made available for all grade levels, irrespective of schools having an existing golf program without restrictions on time and use to the driving base. They operated here to CB11's local hiring guidelines and established a first source hiring program in coordination with the local workforce development organization to fill a job opening created by this project. And then that East Harlem after school program be given priority for times that are reserved for Randall's Island sports camp programs. We had a pretty extensive debate and discussion, and we're all of the same mind about hiring and prioritization for our youth. So I see a couple hands up if you have questions or motions, and I'll just go from the order it is on my screen, not when they flew up, but Marissa, Reverend Brown, David, and then Adem. So if you have questions on this.
So actually no questions, and apologies, I was not at executive the entire meeting, but there were 3 other points that were mentioned during Echo Dev that I would like to add in here, but just wanted to note that once the motion is made, there are 3 other recommendations that from the Economic Development Committee to ensure that Drive Shack is actually considering the community as they move forward with development of this project.
Okay, thank you. When we take up the motion, we can see to amend that, and just I'll circle back in just a moment. Reverend Brown.
Hi, yes, thank you. I have 2 questions. One, condition A, can we reword that a little bit? Because it's a little ambiguous. I understand what we're going for, but I think for the sake of documentation, we could be a little clearer on it. And then 2, when presented at Youth and Education, there was other recommendations that were made, and maybe, through the deliberation that was taken at the executive level, it didn't warrant any attention. But one of the things that was most important, and we see that done with the Fortune Society, and there was a request for a condition to be made that there will be an advisory board. Did that come up at all at executive committee?
Not to my recollection, a direct call for a cap. No, that was not to my recollection at this time, but
And much apologies. That was something we did discuss, as Reverend Brown so eloquently put. And I'll take responsibility for not fighting for that a little bit, or advocating for that a little bit more stronger. But that was also the recommendation, just like the Randall's Island Sports Foundation and other commodities out in Randall's Island has a board and has East Harlem representation, and many of the members felt it was that would be a strong case to have somebody represented that would oversee and make sure that the things that we are agreeing to also come about.
Okay.
And just in furthering that on C, we need to change it from the East Harlem after school programs to East Harlem's CBO's operating summer camp programs, because that happens during summer camp. Not all after school programs operate during the summer.
So to be clear, David, you're recommending adopt, okay, so let me just get these comments one at a time real quick, because I'd really prefer us not to wordsmith, but really take on board so that I can repeat the motion in a way that is clear to the body. We talked briefly about, and then I'll circle back after I get these other questions, that there was a mention for a cab. You're talking about C with summer camps, right?
Yes, that should be the East Harlem CBOs operating summer camp programs. Because they specifically said that that would be part of their summer camp program. And again, we don't want it to go to other, not that we wouldn't want other children to benefit and equally have time, but not at the cost of us not having that time.
Okay, that's fine. And then I'm going to go back.
Xavier, yeah, I just want, and we don't have to wordsmith it now, but just in case there are people that have other recommendations that are already covered, I'm just going to state the 3 that we named so that they don't have to be recovered again. We can wordsmith it later, but I just wanted to put it out there.
I just need to highlight the highlights so that I can, and then I'll come back to Yolanda to get number A. I've gotten the C, and then I can go to the other questions real quick before I because we'll just do this through a simple acclamation process.
So just the 3 that we had were shuttle service to and from the island.
Yes, very good.
The other one was a 15% discount for people in 10035 or 29.
Hold on.
Okay.
That's F. A 15% discount. Zips
10035 and 29. And then creating a league for students of the community that can learn and participate.
A what? I'm sorry.
A league.
A league,
or a golfing club, or
golf league / club for youth in the community.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Pastor Brown, could you just give me the part that you felt that was not clear real quick?
The item condition A.
Mm-hmm. How would you make it, or your recommendation for making it more?
Oh, okay. I didn't take the liberty of doing that. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. We'll take a look and we can, but we get the spirit, so that's helpful. I'm gonna, just in the interest, because many committees has, no, I appreciate that. Many committees had a touch on this. So I'm seeing hands all over the place. Russell, Nye, Candy, and then Jennifer, and then I'm going to try to represent this from those recommendations. We're again not wordsmithing, general consensus. This came to executive because multiple committees had this presented and needed to weigh in. So Russell.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm at a loss on how the executive committee came to these conclusions. That group presented to 2 committees that I sit on. And I brought up a number of challenges or interest points in which I was restricted in voicing my opinion because we were just voting on design. So obviously something else happened. So for me to be allowed to express my viewpoints, like I expressed to that organization, they're here to do business. And oftentimes, like with the tennis group that's over there, they come, use our property, generate millions and millions of dollars for as long as those contracts exist. And we settle, unfortunately, for things that we consider free. I table that they have to make a conscious investment, long-term investment into the development of young people on how to play golf and become owners of adults and adults. We as a board, traditionally this board, when opportunities come to us, we focus on only our community-based organization, our schools, and not include those residents that live in the East Harlem community, where they send their children someplace else to go to school or to other programs, but they reside here in East Harlem. So I'm demanding that we refocus on the population that has to be serviced, because we are omitting those that deserve to be included in that. and to change the language, because we want give backs. We want their business to generate millions of dollars. They should be making investments in our community that translate into dollars. That's what I have to say now.
Thank you, Russell. Nye?
I feel like several of the board members have said the things that I wanted to say. So just to be really brief, 3 quick things. One was regarding investment in the communities. One of the largest costs is all the stuff that's needed to participate in a golf program that many of the children within our communities and or adults may not be able to afford. And so what I didn't see was something about providing all supplies, uniforms, equipment, at no cost or at a discount for people to participate, because I think that's very important. This golf is a way that people network and do business, and it can open a lot of entree and access for our young people as they move forward. Secondly, I'm in complete agreement with Russell. I was going to mention the fact that golf is a big money, big sponsorship activity. And I understand that they're going to give us, there was a request for 15% discount. But what else are they going to be giving? Are they going to give back, maybe adopt one of our schools, repair one of our parks? What else are they going to do to help our children, considering that they're using Randall's Island as an extension of this community, but honestly, probably are not otherwise investing in this community. So what are they going to do to help our youth and our young people, given all of the other challenges that the students, we have schools. We have the highest population, or the 4th highest population of students in our school district that are currently homeless or living in shelters. So what can we do to address that? And then third, last but not least, regarding this particular partnership, I understand there was a request for a cab. I think sometimes with new organizations, it's a concession and other group that this is coming in. But if there isn't an opportunity for a cab, then we should have a requirement for residents, someone particularly in youth or athletics from CB11M to be on the current board that they have. And I will also just close by saying, I wish that they would have come to present at Health and Human Services, because there is a health quotient to be able to do this. And I think it would have been important for them to present to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nye. I have Candy. And then Natasha and Giselle, and then I'm going to circle back to the motion before us.
Okay, the only thing I would like to, I agree with my colleagues, and I'm glad that they brought it up, having that opportunity to do so before I spoke. But I agree that that should be a language, especially what Russell is saying. We can't have people we just can't give away and not receive anything, But my also concern is that in the language of the free program for the youth programs and the outreach, I don't see anything that would also making sure that it specifically includes the children who are underserved and actually the voiceless students, which is other special needs. They also deserve to have the opportunities to know what it is to play golf and be part of the sports, because these individuals, they do have talent and hidden talent that is not they haven't been fully exposed to or had any opportunities. So I would like to see that language, and also moving forward in anything that we're doing for the youth, that we make room for our children of our communities with special needs. I don't see that very often. And I would like for everyone to at least just have some consideration for them.
Okay.
And then there's I'm not offending anyone. I'm not saying it to offend anyone, but I'm just putting it as a matter of fact that these are the children that do exist in our community, and there's very little after school programs for them. And it doesn't give their families any opportunities to also, expose them to anything. So let's just not be insensitive about them, because they're not, they're voiceless. And so are their families if they don't know how to get the resources and the tools to get around for them. And that's our job. And I just don't want to be remiss from that.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
it.
Natasha, and then I have and then Giselle, and then I'm going to have to circle back. I have a particular clarification I need to get. So
all right, I had 2 things I wanted to say. Number one, I do agree with Candy, because I personally, I am a special needs student in this community, and it's really hard to find stuff for us here. I'm being straight up honest. It's really hard to find stuff here. My parents had to look for a while. And also I just want to echo what everyone's saying, that there needs to be some sort of give back to the community. Because I remember when the tennis center opened, my class was one of the classes who got to take like little classes there, but then it just stopped the next year. Like it was like, I think we only went actually for like 3 months. And then the next class wasn't able to, like the kids below us weren't able to do it. Just no one in the school was doing it anymore. It was like a 1-year thing after the tennis center opened, and then it was it. So there really needs to be some way to enforce, if they say that they're gonna give programs to kids in the community, there needs to be some way that we make sure that they follow up on that.
Okay, thank you, Natasha. Giselle, and then I have a question I need clarified from the staff.
I was just going to mention, thank you, Xavier. I was going to mention that based off of the public input we received this year, unemployment, youth engagement, quality of life seems to come back always like as of much concern. So to keep in mind when these presenters come to, our committees, to keep in mind how, all of this can be somehow little bits and pieces of solutions for these concerns that clearly, affect our community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Angel, would you, if we could just circle back for the entire body, because this group has presented to multiple committees, if I recall, what the original ask was, just so we're clear.
I'm going to punt because that was, presented to the Parks Committee. But what's being asked for is a letter to go to the Public Design Commission.
Okay.
So all these other things are, valid points, but the letter that's going out to PDC could care less about any of that stuff. Not to say that we can't communicate that to the operator. We certainly can. But I think that it's important to draw that distinction, that sending this to the PDC is going to fall on deaf ears because it's just not what they do. So perhaps you might want to do a separate letter to address all these other things that are being raised, but sending that to PDCs is not going to get you your desired goal.
Okay, all right.
But then we don't give the letter of support, right? Because this is what our conditions
Hold
are.
on.
That's right. Hold it hostage. Hold it hostage.
Yeah, I would say that too. I don't think it's that we
Right.
won't get it. It's that we say, yes, we will support this. And can you consider these other areas?
But so let me be
I'm not
very
saying
clear.
that either.
Excuse me, David. Excuse me, David. Let me be very clear. The Public Design Commission is an agency of the City of New York. That's not Drive Shack. The Public Design Commission wants to hear what we think about the proposed design of the golf center. That's the ask.
And we can't give that till they agree to our conditions. Punto. Right? That's it. Punto. You want the
give it
letter
to who?
go
Like
to
you're
the
not gonna.
design,
All right, I'm
agree
gonna
to these
stop talking.
conditions.
Hold on, David,
I'll
hold
shut
on.
up. I'll shut up.
Angel, what were you
I
going to
ain't
say?
voting for nothing else.
Just hold on.
No, I
It's
have
getting late.
nothing else to say.
Okay, so there are a couple of different things. We have 2 ways we could take this. We could either carve out these requests and in the approval in the public design, and thank you for the clarification, Angel, and we could put in these requests, they may fall on deaf ears, or we can say that we have granted this approval. However, we will require this down the line. We can carve out the 2. So I think that
We're not approving it if we don't get these conditions in. We don't have to say yes to the design. We can't approve a design if we don't have these other conditions. And this is where we always get caught out there, y'all. This is where we always get caught out there. The tennis club, when they came to present how wonderful they were doing with our youth, they brought a kid from Yonkers that didn't live in East Harlem. Boom.
I remember that.
Design, yes, we'll approve it. Design, we won't approve it. It's simple. I have nothing else to say. I'll vote.
Thank you, David. Real quick, Eva, John, Adem, and then I'm going to table the discussion to entertain a motion then.
Thank you for everyone for making really good points. And my concern is it's a perception that golf is reserved for people with means. And the way that Randall's Island is so inaccessible, really right now reserved to people who have cars. And the design also asks for expanding the car parks and improving the car park. And that gives you a sense that, you know, it's there to serve people with means. So if MTA cannot improve the public transport, I think we should ask for better shuttle service. They do plan to have shuttle service, but the shuttle services should be close to schools, and young children in different parts of East Harlem should be able to get to Randall's Island.
Okay, thank you very much. John?
Well, I look at it this way. The thing is, since there's two separate issues here, the thing is they're asking for a letter of support for the design of the business. Give it to them. But the thing is, send a letter to Drive Shack and say, listen, we support you, but the thing is, these are the things that we want for kids, for golf programs in schools, for kids in the neighborhood. Let's see, programs for people with young people with special needs, or everything that everyone has mentioned here. Send that letter to Drive Shack and have them come back to us. Come back to parks and to come back to youth and education.
Thank you, John. I see Jessica and Jose, and we'll close out with Jose.
Thank you, Xavier, for just giving a second here. I want to commend all of my fellow board members for their dedication, passion, knowledge, and commitment to the work that we do. I don't have a specific understanding. Well, so as a designer and understanding that PDC is the place where we're submitting a letter of support or not submitting a letter of support, the point that was raised where maybe this is a set of concerns that PDC should care about, because it is the checkpoint in the process that allows for things to proceed or not. And we cannot rely on that conversation being solely about aesthetics, because there are deeper needs that the community has than a building looking good. So I, again, commend you all for bringing up these issues, and Angel for calling out where in our delivery process this has traction, and it comes back to that frame of reference that we heard from at the beginning of our public session regarding dismantling the systemic racism in our system. So while it doesn't matter right here and now, it has planted a seed in my mind to figure out a way to try to have this conversation more broadly. So thank you all for the diligence and support that you give to this community.
Okay, thank you very much, Jessica. And Jose.
I had a question around process, particularly to Angel. What's the situation? So we vote on the design part, right? And I'm just curious how the whole thing works, because I don't sit on these committees. So if we vote yes to this as a design, does that mean they get to implement? They means that they don't no longer need to come to a community board, they don't come, or do they have to come to us before construction? How does it work?
Angel?
Now, the only requirement that they have is to make this ask. That's it.
So after they get this ask, they can, if they get a yes, then they can go ahead with the whole project afterwards. That's what my question is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Jason, do you have?
I just have one more question, and I do agree with Jose. It's important for the vote. So that yes, no, or even if we don't say anything, DDC could still do what they do. I don't disagree with that. My question: is there a time lapse for this comment? Like, you know, when we get some, I didn't know this went through Parks when we were talking about an executive. If we get something through land use, we're told we got 60 days for your look. So it sounds like it's in the same type of arena. Do we have time or not? And I think that would help with whatever decision the chair decides.
Angel.
I don't know. It wasn't presented to me.
I believe the timeline was sometime in November, so we needed to address it this month.
All right, thank you. We've had a lot of people speak on this, and we did have an approval coming out of the committee, and we've heard a lot of good perspective of what should be included, what shouldn't. Thank you, Angel, for clarifying everything. And we have one of really just two options. We could vote to approve the committee's recommendation, and with some of the additions that were mentioned, we could vote to not adopt the committee's recommendation and take on an entirely different position. But this is what came out of committee. It doesn't mean that this body has to adopt it, but we do need to take a position on it. So I will now open the floor to find out who would like to make a motion with this particular committee action item. And I have hands up. I see David's is still up. I see Giselle's. So David, or was that an old hand? Okay, it's an old hand. Giselle, was that an old hand?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Then I have Candy and John. Candy's, is yours an old hand?
No, I know I really I have to say that we have to, like I have to say, put my heel on the ground and really stick put my foot down. But the truth is, it's sad to see and hear that, we are, for us who are on land use and our colleagues who are not, still, I don't think that we should just take it and just give them the letter and be on your way and come back to us later on. Because that's like, you already gave them the blank check, so at the end of the day, even before we even say, okay, with the conditions, but we do have concerns and we have to get these individuals, especially if they're profiting so well in the market, that, they gotta be the neighbor to East Harlem. They are on the Community Board 11's district. That island is just might as well be carved out. We might as well not even own it if we don't have any type of respect given to our community. The only people that used to do that was Cirque du Soleil. And then all of a sudden, people started talking about, conflicts of interest and how the community is benefiting out of it because some board members got tickets or something. The whole community got impacted by that. And so we lost out. Look at the governor's board, all the stuff that goes on there. We do not, and when I say we, it's because I'm speaking for the community as a whole, the community that I'm speaking for, not for myself, okay? But I am not gonna give my vote and say yes to give them the design, and then we have a conversation later on to talk about the concerns that we have. We need to express those concerns, and those concerns should go in an email to them, even if it's tomorrow or by Friday, and letting them know we have these concerns. And then let go of that letter of support, yes or no, but don't give it to them just like that and we get nothing out of it, because our community, our children are not going to benefit only as they see fit. And we've been going through this for too long. We have to stop. We have to.
Thank you, Candy. Jessica, do you have your hand up to make a motion, or no? You have a question?
Just have a comment, since it originally came to our committee, if I could.
Yep, please.
Thank you. So I agree broadly with everything that's been said. I think that the people who came to present about this project really, it seemed like they were interested in our opinions as to how we could improve their process of outreach to schools, and a lot of new jobs coming in. The man who presented spoke about how he came in as a first-time job, and then managed to, really grow his career through golf. And I think that was an inspiring story. And I think that in reality, we have our relationship with Randall's Island is improving overall. But I think that there's everything that, Russell has said, Candy has said is true. And there's really a lot more that needs to be done in terms of Randall's Island's,
and their variety of things that are ongoing on that island and how it relates to East Harlem directly. So while we could give them all of these things, these conditions and approve this, it's not guaranteed that they'll be done, similarly to how David mentioned about the tennis centers. So I think there's a risk, but and I also think that this could have been a sanitation garage. We have so many other problems that it really feels like a missed opportunity. But I think that there's good sides and bad sides to all of it, and look forward to seeing how everyone votes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Adem.
Yeah,
You have a motion.
sorry. I just wanted to say, I get that this might be the only leverage point we have in terms of this is the only thing they have to come ask the board for. And theoretically, we could ask for all these things and they don't have to do them and they still get it. But I think oftentimes what we forget is that we don't really lose our power completely, even when these things do get approved. I think we just stop sometimes following it up. So oftentimes we're against something, it doesn't go our way. And then, I know we're all busy and we have a lot of new things to vote on, but then we kind of drop it. And I don't think we've ever really used our power as a board fully with something like this. So hypothetically, we make all our requests, they don't do them, they get approved, they start building it. Then we still have power. We could go there and protest, stand there, make this a running committee meeting thing, invite them every month. So, I mean, I'm all for this. Golf is something that's been a big part of my life, and I'm pretty fortunate. And I'll say it was even difficult for me to really start playing because it's not an accessible sport at all. But it is a wonderful sport. And I just want to end it on, I totally agree with Russell. I don't think 15% discounts are enough. I think, and their public high schools don't have a lot of golf teams. This is like a private school thing, private high schools, colleges. So, I mean, if we're going to go into a real ask, I think a scholarship fund of some sort, a golf team, there's no such thing. And I know not everybody's familiar. There's no real such thing as a golf league or this or that. It's a golf team and you need lessons. What's going to happen is we're going to get kids out there going to play. They're going to give them some free clubs. They're going to hit the balls for 5 minutes. They're not going to be good at it because nobody, except maybe Tiger Woods, is good at golf the first time they pick up a club, and they're going to quit. So this is something that they're going to need lessons. They're going to need coaching, or what we're going to do is they're going to say, well, yeah, 100 kids from the neighborhood came, they played, they got frustrated like everybody does, and then they didn't want to do it anymore. So I just think there's a lot of angles.
For you, nothing keeps you connected like AT&T 5G. Is that fast? Oh yeah,
Right.
it's fast.
Yep.
Reliable. Definitely is.
Okay, thank you, Adem. All right, so we've had a lot of members speak on this. We have one or two options, and I'll come to you, Russell. We can either adopt the committee's recommendation or make a motion to deny, and or place conditions upon. I mean, these are really our options before us. So, that's what I present. I will open the floor to entertain that. Russell?
I mean, we're in a crazy situation. We're here basically to vote on a design that most of the board didn't even see, the design that we were voting for. And if we would have to singularly focus on the design, we would have to think about the advantages and disadvantages and the benefits to the community at large. But what's in my mind, is a larger issue or challenge that we should be facing is establishing a different business model for those business entities that come into our communities to try to do business, and they come through the front door doing the existing procedures, following the same approval status. They get one after another, after another, after another. Same, to use a parallel concept of when we in the Parks Committee, in our committee, we're always voting on these major projects, and we have all these millions and millions of dollars in the structures that are being built, and then we fight at the last minute and struggling for how we get a comfort station. So months ago, I had said, in any project that's being built in the parks, it should be a comfort station first before the project even starts. So there won't be any arguments at the end fighting for money. So this is the same situation I'm thinking about. How do we, what we know is a business proposition at the end, the only way that's going to be addressed in the front. These are going to be the concerns that we as a community, what we need to have addressed before we even open up discussions.
Okay.
Something that we might have to rethink on, how do we formulate our own business models for those private making entities that are using our properties and everything else, just for consideration.
Thank you, Russell. I'm now going to, we have a couple of options. We can either take a motion to approve, take a motion to deny, or we can take a motion to lay on the table indefinitely, because it doesn't seem like we're able to come to a decision here. So I will now entertain a motion. Diane Collier, are you presenting a motion?
I am putting my hand up for procedures. I think we need to take a motion on this.
Yes, that's what I'm calling for.
Yeah, this is coming out of executive, and whether it's approved or not, we need to take a motion on it. So I'm gonna, I personally am gonna vote no on this one, but just to move it along, I will make a motion to approve what the recommendation that comes out of executive.
Is there a second? Jessica,
Second the motion?
call the roll, please.
Jose Altamirano,
No.
Leroy Andino,
No.
Stephanie Arroyo,
No.
Eric Alcancela, Dem Brija,
No.
Yolanda Brown,
No.
Eva Chan,
No, let's build affordable housing there instead
Diane
of using
Collier.
that land.
No.
Angela Donadell.
I do not understand the motion on the floor, so I need somebody to explain what is no and yes.
So we are, Angela, we are moving the meeting along, and there was a motion to support the committee's recommendation, and we are, so basically there was a motion to adopt it. Most people so far have voted no on it because there's consensus that they are not ready to approve it. But in order to keep the committee, to keep everything moving along, that is the vote we are taking. You may vote however you feel with that, or you may abstain.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand now. No.
Thank you.
Jessica Elliott,
No.
Elsie Encarnacion,
No, sorry, it wouldn't click.
what did you say?
I said no.
No, okay. Judith Fabraro,
No.
Roger Flores,
No.
David Giordano,
No.
John Green,
No.
Robert Harvey,
No.
Jada Enredia is not here. Ivy Hume,
Yes, I mean, no. Sorry, no.
got it. Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
No.
Marissa Mack,
No.
Giselle Malave,
No.
Pat Martin,
No.
Francis Mastroda, Malik McCullough, Jennifer Meyer,
No.
Jessica Morris,
No.
Andrew Padilla,
No.
Miguel Pava,
No.
Robert Savasia Robinson Teague,
No.
Art Perez,
No.
Natasha Rodriguez,
No.
Ron Sanders,
No.
Xavier Santiago,
Stain.
Isaac Scott,
No.
Russell Schuler,
No.
Jason Villanueva,
Abstain.
Andy Vasquez,
No.
Nye Whitaker,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Yes, sorry, abstain.
Michelle Witcher Clement,
Definitely no.
Jordan Wright,
Abstain.
Jason Wu,
No.
motion does not carry.
Okay. Quick clarification question to Jessica Elliott. What was the deadline?
I'm not sure of the exact deadline. I'm not sure if Carly might know, but it was in November.
Okay, we may need. Mhm.
If I may.
Yes, please, Carly.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that they actually have a deadline rather than they are seeking support from us so that the process can move along. From what they presented to the different committees, they had adjusted the timeline to accommodate the presentations in October because we initially heard this in the September Parks meeting. So I can reach out to them, but I think it's more so just a delay in process.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Carly. My recommendation for this body is that we table this for now. And if we need to, if there is a sense of urgency or a deadline, that we can call a separate executive committee meeting just to address this matter if it is needed. And if such a state, the body will be notified. So we can move the agenda on. The motion did not carry. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. It was well noted. We're now going to move on to section item 20, which is the approval of the Community Board 11's fiscal year 2023 statement of district needs and budget request. For those of us who've been with the board for some time, when we redrafted our bylaws, we created the statement of district needs and budget committee. Many of the items and process we see today was a result of well-considered thought and debate. People such as former board members like Alex Cohen, or the venerable Joe Goldblum, who we just commemorated in his service. All members had a part in creating this committee and what it should be. We now, for the first time, have had all vice chairs on the committee. We've had a much more involved process starting before September, where the committees are engaged. Now, not to be said, but it goes without saying, excuse me, that our process is started earlier than ever. People are more engaged. It is not as we've always been very we would have thoughtful discussion. It is not necessarily required that we have a vote at committee. Those particular votes tend to happen at statement of district needs and budget committee. Committees will discuss what is their ideal priority when it comes to capital expense, and then they will also send that forward. Sometimes they can take a vote, sometimes they can just say, yes, I'm fine with this, and they all agree, and that's considered a unanimous consent. Just like when we adopt our agenda, there's no objections, we're done. That then goes to our statement of district needs and budget, which then allocates it into what we call the buckets, which are highest priority, high priority, low priority. And we went through that whole process, and if need be, Jason can comment on that. Then that gets passed off to executive. Executive takes that, and based off of our needs, based off public survey, et cetera, and so on, it gets enumerated. And we discussed that. We did that at executive as well, and took a position on it where we said, okay, what was presented, we said, okay, we are fine with this order. We had discussions, again, keeping it within the buckets, and that's where we would move things along. And we did that through both capital and expense. So that is the process that's laid out. We have gotten feedback. We're very appreciative. Jason, I can tell you, having spent upwards of hours on the phone up until 1 a.m. at the initial onset of chairing, vice chairing that committee and creating this process. We are extremely thankful to the staff, Carly, Angel, Marlene, everyone who have, and all of our community board members who played a part. It's not an easy lift. We're doing it together. We appreciate everyone's participation with that. The committee had moved and approved the Community Board 11's fiscal year 2023 Statement of District Needs and Budget Request at executive. It was posted on on our board website on Friday. So I now entertain if there are any questions or if there's a motion to approve. I see John Green.
Motion.
Motion.
No, the motion is to make a change, not to approve just yet.
Oh, I heard John Green's. So what is your motion, Andrew? Because you didn't raise your hand.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were shouting out. I apologize.
No, I've been trying to remind everyone to raise their hands. You did register during Statement of District Needs that you would like to raise it, so I'll see this. So what, you had a motion from the?
Yes, so the motion would be motion to send the new capital request from PST back to committee for fleshing out. This capital request reads as follows. It says, improve police community relations by renovating NYPD precinct buildings, plural, to include community space. NYPD precincts should also be renovated to include parking facilities to minimize on-street parking. The issue that I'd brought up at committee, though we didn't get into the details, we stayed stuck on procedure. The issue here is that this ask is actually multiple asks across multiple sites, 23rd, 25th, and PSA 5. Multiple agencies, NYPD and FDNY, because as we all know, the 23rd houses both that building, right? And so none of these agencies have been consulted. And this item would easily be one of the most expensive and logistically complicated on our budget list. There was no objection to this item at Public Safety and Transportation, but there was no real discussion on the details of it. I just think the committee should flesh this out so we can clarify what exactly we're asking before we and budget and we and the full board go off and demand the city for it.
Thank you for your motion. And I will ask for a quick clarification before calling for a second. That because I looked at the video and it does seem that there was a call for any objections. It didn't seem that it happened. Jose, are you still on, Jose?
It's brought up like every other item.
The last item for the capital.
Just saying in terms of the conversation, I think when I read in the email, it's a little misleading because we brought this up with every other item.
I apologize, Jose, again, no te oye. I don't know if it's a service thing, but I don't hear any. I hear you coming in and out. Or maybe someone else needs to unmute.
Okay, go on, Jose. Start again, please.
Can everyone else hear me or?
I can hear you.
Okay. So I said that this item was discussed in the committee the same way our other item was discussed. While it is a hefty item, it was something that the committee came for. As chair, I have to support the committee work. I understand the concerns behind it, what it requires. I personally like the concept of parking, particularly getting NYPD vehicles off the street so that residents can have parking. But in regards to this not going through committee or not being fleshed out correctly, I mean, it went through committee the same way every other item went through committee.
Thank
you. As chair, I just have to kind of go with what the committee represented. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for clarifying that. And I thank you, Andrew. I don't.
Yeah, could I clarify just a point of concern of Jose's?
Yes, real quick, and then I'll entertain a second.
Yeah, so in budget committee, there was a motion to strike this request from our final district needs statement. I mean, from our budget demands. And it was voted down at Budget Committee out of fear that we would be going over the head of the committee that had submitted it, Public Safety and Transportation. Before the vote, Xavier instructed us, like, it is not our role to really try and revisit what committees had already vetted. And I really do agree with that. You know, that for me, this wasn't about necessarily, you know, in the very technical sense. Yes, it was brought up at committee. There was no objection. But the specific logistics of this were not covered. I mean, my uncle used to work at the 19th precinct. So when that was renovated, it was closed for over 3 years. So where did those cops go? They were relocated to a city welfare office on 92nd Street for 3 years. So where are the cops in this huge development proposal, the redevelopment or rebuilding or new 3 precincts? Where are these cops going to go? Because you can't renovate them all at once. You'd have to go, I assume, one at a time. There's no formal plan here, but so the idea that it would improve parking, that might occur once it's all done, but certainly in the interim, parking would get worse because you'd have to move all of those cops somewhere. So they'd either move to another facility and the parking issues would remain there unless you found a facility with enough parking, or you would stuff the people from the 23rd into the 25th, or the 25th into the 23rd, or one of them in the PSA 5. And so, you know, that was a concern to me. And if our concern is parking, nothing about this request would actually solve that. And in terms of community space, I mean, there's certainly odd framing here as to the idea of a community space in a precinct solving police community relations. I think most people would agree the issue with police community relations to a degree is an issue of accountability, but we don't have a concrete plan here. So we're just saying we would hope that by demanding the renovation of these facilities, we would solve these 2 problems. But there's just no detail, no conversation and reason to believe that would be the case. And look, it could be that there really is a need to renovate the 23rd, 25th, and PSA 5. You know, like if the captain from one of these, you know, came in and was like, there's mold in here, our guys are getting sick, folks here are getting sick, you know, that would be a conversation. But right now we would be asking for something, demanding the city for something that in committee, there was a couple minutes that it was mentioned. There was no debate on any of these details. And we spent as a full board 5 times longer right now debating a letter of support for a golf shack. So my only concern is if we're going to put this, one of the biggest asks, even if though it's low priority, one of the biggest asks, you know, demanding that to the city, I think that should be more fleshed out. I really do. And I hope that no one sees this as me, you know, trying to go over the work of public safety. It's not trying to get in the way of the process or procedure. I'm not saying anyone went in procedure wrong. I'm saying we as board members have the ability to decide if this makes sense or not. And as a member of budget committee, just looking at this logistically, I don't see the details here. And I think that we should think a bit more of that before we demand the city for it.
Thank you very much. And just as a clarification for the body, it wasn't an instruction, and it was a reminder of where we were in the process. And there's a big difference between those 2, and I think it's important to recognize that. I'll now call for a second on this motion. Is there a second? Please raise your hand. And this is just to strike this one item. Jason Wu.
I'd like to second Andrew's proposal, and I just want to quickly say that the placard and parking abuse issue of the NYPD is a separate issue than capital requests. And, you know, city council members have had hearings, they've called for investigations. And so I think that's a separate issue that the committee should take up. But to me, that is not a capital request issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Going to vote, I'd like to say that I don't think it's necessarily the committee's job to come with a complete plan. I think that's the city's job. I think we're going in there, we're telling them what our needs are, what we would like, and they're supposed to come back and say, look, this is what we can do, this is a plan. I mean, the way Andrew says it, it's almost like we have to come up with very logistic, which is not what we do. But let's go for a vote. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, thank you, Jose. And again, as I've reminded every committee, it is not just about dealing with the agencies. It is about dealing with the constituency and being out there in the streets and dealing and talking to the people we represent. So thank you for everyone's thoughtful and respectful discussion. And it's very important that we continue to be fair to one another. And that's how we become a stronger community board. I'm going to
Sorry,
call
just
the
the
roll
one
now.
question.
I've
I mean,
called the roll.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, I'm calling the roll because it is now 10:17 and we need to keep things moving along.
Okay.
This is a motion just to strike that item, or to approve
Yes.
with that item stricken?
To
Just to strike.
strike.
Just to strike. Thank you, Andrew.
I'm
Jose
sorry,
Altamirano.
I'm sorry, can we repeat what we're voting on?
We are voting to strike the very last capital request from the budget request. And let me go pull it up real quick. It is a new request. Hold on, just waiting for it to load on my screen. It's a new request. It does not have a number assigned to it, to renovate or upgrade existing precinct houses to improve police community relations by renovating NYPD precinct buildings to improve community space. NYPD precincts should also be renovated to include parking facilities to minimize the on-street parking. It is ranked as a low priority and ranked as the last priority of our capital request, number 27. So there was a motion to strike it from our recommended budget request and statement of district needs. Please call the roll, Angel.
Jose Altamirano.
No.
Leroy Andino.
No.
Stephanie Arroyo.
Yes.
Jem Brija.
No.
Yolanda Brown.
No.
Eva Chan.
No.
Ann Collier.
No.
Angela Donadell.
No.
Jessica Elliott. Yes. Jose Encarnacion.
Yes.
Judith Ferraro. Roger Flores.
No.
David Giordano.
Yes.
John Green.
No.
Robert Harvey.
Yes.
Ivy Hume.
No.
Alonzo Johnson.
No.
Robin Krinsky.
No.
Marissa Mack.
No.
Giselle Malave.
No.
Pat Martin.
No.
Francis Mastroda. Jennifer Meyer.
Yes.
Jessica Morris.
I'm gonna abstain, Angel.
Okay. No. Oops. Andrew Padilla.
Yes.
Miguel Pava.
No.
Art Perez.
Yes.
Savasia Robinson Teague.
Yes.
Tasha Rodriguez.
Abstain.
Don Sanders.
No.
Xavier.
Abstain.
Isaac Scott.
No.
Russell Schuler.
Abstain.
Jason Villanueva,
No.
Candy Vasquez,
Abstain.
Nye Whitaker,
Abstain.
Michelle, what's your comment?
Abstain.
Jordan Wright,
Abstain.
Jason Wu,
Yes.
the motion does not carry.
Okay, thank you. I will now.
Motion.
Wait.
I need people to raise their hands. If I do not see a raised hand, I will not recognize you.
What?
Jason Villanueva,
I have to ask, I stepped away. Was my name called?
Yes, your name was called. There was no response. What's your vote?
No.
Thank you.
thank you. I've recognized Jason Villanueva.
Motion to approve the Community Board 11's fiscal year 2023 Statement of District Needs and Budget Requests.
Is there a second? John Green,
I have a question.
okay.
Could I off? Oh, sorry.
Yes, who has their hand up?
I was just gonna ask if I could offer a friendly amendment.
Oh, what is your friendly amendment? I can't hear you.
To amend the 2 items in expense regarding the NYPD and the one in capital to just add the following language: existing NYPD resources should be allocated to. So just to add that short piece to each of those 3, those existing resources, of course, being the NYPD's $11 billion a year budget.
Give me those numbers again. Which items?
So the 2 expense items, let me go back to the tracker here. Sorry, internet's slow.
Okay.
Do you see them in front of you?
I don't. I'm on another screen. I'm not
Okay,
able to-
I'm gonna
Sorry about that.
tell you right now. So this would be, ay diablo. There was one in regards to police relations. Oh, where's my internet? It's like my computer's freezing at the worst.
Don't worry.
Here we are. I've got it in front of me now.
Okay.
So NYPD must prioritize youth crime prevention and should dedicate resources towards improving community relations. These are both new items, low priority number 40 and 43. So this is, I'm not objecting to the approval of this. I was just saying a motion to add the, not motion, sorry, friendly amendment to add existing NYPD resources should be allocated to these items.
So expense items 40 and 43.
Expense items 40, 43, and capital request item under public safety and transportation.
Okay, Jason, do you accept that friendly amendment? As we have customarily done. Jason Villanueva. Jason?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That has been accepted as to be added. I will now ask Angel to call the roll.
What has been added?
So what has been added is into those items 40 and 43, that the request for police relations to use existing resources and their existing allotment of budget.
So 40, 43, and the capital item. So just that the only addition is the phrase existing NYPD resources should be allocated to. And so it's just recalling that the city should be using the NYPD's $11 billion a year budget to address those requests.
Basically,
Ask a point of clarification.
yeah, basically he's asking for an earmarking versus an addition to. Yes, Jessica,
Okay.
your clarification.
Sure, and this is maybe a question for Angel or Carly or others who are more familiar with the budget process than I am, but I don't think that facility allocation is based within an agency budget. But I may be wrong. I just, I think where it's appropriate in the expense requests, absolutely, but I don't want to tag on for the sake of tagging on as a protective measure when it may be inappropriate and
Angel?
affects the reading of what's being put forward.
No, thank you, Jessica, for asking. Angel, do you want to just opine on that quickly before we call the roll? Angel? Do not know. Angel, are you there? I think we lost him. Maybe it's
That's a sign. That's a sign. It means to already close up the meeting.
Yeah, I know. Formal protest. Hold on a second. Let me see if he's
Doesn't he have any problem with Wi-Fi?
While we wait, what was the question? Let me see if I can help.
The point of clarification was whether the type of facility upgrades that we are requesting in our capital request, whether those items are actually funded through the agency-based budget, or whether those items come through a different capital expense investment process that would not necessarily be an NYPD.
So the answer to your question, they have two processes. This process, which is recommendations to the city council, and then they have a separate process for facilities that's recommended to the administrative agencies. That process usually goes through land use, which in the past we haven't been the best as an organization in responding to, right? So we've been using the capital request process that goes to our city council. I hope that clarifies your question.
great. Thank you. Thank you. I hope that answers. Jessica. Angel? I see Adem and Candy. I'll entertain some questions while we wait for Angel.
Yeah, I'm genuinely a little confused. If we're in essence now earmarking these requests, isn't that not very similar to the motion we just voted on, or am I wrong? If they're going to spend it within their existing funds, couldn't they have done that without us putting these on the budget?
Right.
Not necessarily as a budget request, unless we raise it as an issue. They may not allocate funds for it. So out of what their allotment is, it's when you make a request for a particular agency, they're not going to necessarily, even if you have that dialogue or a council member has that dialogue, this is part of the budgetary process where they're looking for input and feedback. It may come from the agency, it may come from community feedback. So
can I recommend, while we wait for staff, could we motion to approve and then deal with the amended as a secondary motion?
we have what's laid before us. It was accepted. So I prefer.
It was just a friendly amendment. If you're willing to still accept it, then I mean we can go to a vote. I mean, at the end of the day, we're asking the city, so I mean we can ask the city for what we like.
Yep. So let me Candy real quick. Angel, are you there? While I'm just checking in, and if not, I'm going to have Carly call the roll so we move things along. Candy.
It's not to upset anything and make the night longer, but I do want to see the language that I don't see it anywhere about the ferry boat as alternative transportation. It was once on it. I was told last year it was going to be put on and it was not on. And then this year is the same thing. I'm just putting it out there that I want to see the alternative ferry boats as part of the, request for the community.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's bring that to the committee. Carly, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sharing my screen, so I'm unable to call the roll. I did just want to answer Adem's question about the earmarking. If you feel that, I'm not sure if Adem felt like his question was answered, but I don't think that the budget requests are solely calling for additional funding for city agencies. I think a large part of our request is to let the agencies know what we want prioritized in our district, whether or not they get additional funding from the city or they use existing funding. A lot of our requests, a lot of the responses to our requests are responded to. A lot of the responses say that they're going to try to accommodate the request using existing funding. I just wanted to clarify that.
I
And
appreciate that. Thank you.
Angel, I think Angel's back.
Okay, Angel?
Yep.
We've clarified everything and are prepared to call the roll with the friendly amendment.
Okay. Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Dan Briham,
Yes.
Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan, Ann Collier,
I have to abstain. I'm not clear on the friendly amendment.
Angela Donadell,
I abstain.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion,
Yeah.
Judith Febraro,
Abstain.
Roger Flores,
Abstain.
David Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Tricia Martin,
Yes.
Francis Mastroda, Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Miguel Pava,
Yes.
Art Perez,
Yes.
Savasia Robinson Teague, Tasha Rodriguez,
Yes.
Dawn Sanders,
Abstain.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Jason Villanueva,
Yes.
Andy Vasquez,
Abstain.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Abstain.
Jordan Wright,
Yes.
Jason Wu,
Yes, and I hope that the Public Safety and Transportation Committee follows up with NYPD and holds them accountable for illegally parking wherever they want.
anything else? The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I know we're going to move along. I know it's late. We've had a lot of heavy lift tonight. Going to move on to our Elections Committee, and I will hand it over to Dawn Sanders. Thank you for your patience. Dawn?
Yes, thank you so much. I have been really excited and really inspired by all of the nominations. that we've received, just shouting out real quick, our squad, John Green, Jessica Morris, Eva Chan, Nye Whitaker, and the MVP for the entire process, Angel Muscane, as usual. Just want to thank you guys. And of course, we have work to do with these nominations. We got dozens and dozens of nominations, and I think that's wonderful. I met a lot of wonderful people. And I'm going to just read off the people who accepted the nominations because people were nominated, but also declined, right? So I'm going to read those off. Everything is alphabetical right now. So I'm starting off with the nominees for Assistant Secretary, just for the record, and then obviously I'll provide this to the board office. For Assistant Secretary, there is one nomination, and it has been accepted by Michelle Wiltshire Clement. For Assistant Treasurer, there are two nominees who have accepted, Ivy Hume and Miguel Pava. For Chair, there is one nominee who has accepted, that is Xavier Santiago. For Secretary, there are three nominees who have accepted, Giselle Malave, Jessica Meyer, and Candy Vasquez. For Treasurer, there is one nominee who is accepted, that's Stephen Villanueva. For for Vice Chair, there are
Jason
5.
Villanueva.
No electioneering. For Vice Chair, there are 5 nominees who have accepted. Adim Brija, Yolanda Brown, Pastor Brown, Jessica Elliott, Elsie Encarnacion, and Pastor Isaac Scott. So what I would ask people do is tomorrow, if you have been nominated and accepted, go ahead and put your bio on the website. So that's at least there, and then we will stay in contact because the election will be held on the next board meeting, which I believe is November 23rd. So again, oh, I'm so sorry, Jennifer Meyer, sorry, forgive me. So again, I have called a lot of people and we've been in touch with almost every board member, and I would suggest that you continue to email me, text me with follow-up questions, and we will move forward so that you can get to know the candidates. And again, so inspired by everybody who stepped forward to lead. I really enjoyed this process, and I think the committee will do some good work to make sure everybody knows who's who.
Okay, I have a hand raised from Eva. Eva?
Yes, well, congratulations. Thank you for all the partners in the election committee. So my question has to do with, given that we have been mostly virtual on virtual meeting in the last 2 years, it's kind of difficult for people to get to know each other. So how would, say, the 5 people running for vice chair even reach out to other board members? How do they even know who are the board members and how to reach out to them?
So now that we're besties, I think we're going to meet hopefully tomorrow or the next day and try to figure out some ideas for that. I'm happy to go outside on days that are mild, and so I think we're going to have to come up with some good ideas. I think other people should tell us as well if they have good ideas. But you're right, it is difficult, and we will be voting virtually as well. So it will be difficult, but I think there'll be an opportunity for us to meet. And then, so you and I and John and Nye and Jessica will also get together.
Okay. Thank you, Dawn. I see another hand up real quick. Candy and then Diane.
Can you just run briefly again the candidates, just so like that, you know, by taking notes, at least know who are the candidates for the
Sure.
various seats, because it was done so fast.
I know.
I know we gotta close up, but
No,
real quick.
Angel, can I email the entire board this roster?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Candy, I'm gonna copy this and email it out to everybody. I just didn't want to hold you too long.
Thank
But
you.
Yeah, I definitely want everybody to know this information. So I'm gonna format it so you can read it, and then I'm gonna email it to the entire board.
Thank you, Dawn. Diane, you had one question?
Dawn, also, when you are emailing out the information about the candidates, could you also email, I would imagine this is something that you guys need to discuss among yourselves, how we're voting, because we are not in person. And I do believe that the bylaws would change to address that. Also, how do we vote in terms of yes, no, maybe so, is abstention on it? And also, is there going to be a candidate night?
Thank you so much. So we are going to be following best practices for how we vote. We will have opportunity for people to test out the vote on how it will be done. It's been successfully done by a few community boards, I think including Community Board 8. So I'm going to have to circulate very quickly the best practices for how we do this virtually, and opportunities for people who are hesitant or concerned about their technology to test it out ahead of time. I don't know if that's going to be, I think that'll be optional for people to do, but it has been done quite successfully virtually. So that's definitely something we need to do, and thank you for bringing that up. And then secondly, or thirdly, I guess, the Meet the Candidates night is what Eva was also suggesting. And how will we do that? Will we do it virtually? Will people meet in person? How will these candidates be able to reach out to the board members? And so we're going to meet as a committee, hopefully in the next 2 days, but we do welcome, if you have some ideas, we do welcome them.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, Diane. And if there's nothing else, I'm presuming those are old hands from Candy and Eva.
I have a new question, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, no.
So do we, can the members here agree for the candidate to have your email address and phone numbers, for example? Because I feel that some people might have been in the board longer. They might happen to have contact information for more members than others that may, create an unfair advantage.
I don't want to speak for Angel.
So I'll speak for myself.
Okay.
All board members have access to contact information for all board members. So go on the board members drive. There's a document called board member resources, and in there's a link to the board members contact information. Everybody has it. I can resend it to you guys if if you forgot that exists, but it does. You all have it.
I'm a witness. It does exist.
Okay.
And me too, because that's how I contacted most of you. But I also
I want to
wanna-
resend it to everyone except
access
Jason
to
Wu.
it.
Oh.
Yes, you do.
Everybody.
So I just want to emphasize
All right.
that the bio, people should put their bios on the website as well, because that's one way for us to know more about you. So if you've been nominated and accepted, but you don't have a bio on the community board page, if you could work on that, would be great.
Okay.
And how do we go about submitting the updated bio?
That I
email it
have
to
to
me.
ask. Okay, yeah. And can they send a picture, Angel?
No,
Oh, okay, okay.
no, thank you. Oh, maybe for you guys to promote for the election, but I don't need it for the website.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dawn, and to the entire elections committee. One hand, because we have one item of new business we do have to take up. Jessica?
Just a note to say, and I'll let Dawn be the spokesperson for the committee. I think it's a wonderful time to get to know people if you don't already know them. And I think we all recognize how important board leadership is. I was so surprised 2 years ago to get random phone calls from board members who I'd never had the opportunity to speak to, and was delighted by the excitement and conviction and a frame of how powerful leadership can be when it is aligned and supportive. So Don is going to reach out with more information, but hopefully when we get to the end of November, we all know each other better and have a committed understanding of how we're going to move forward with this work, whomever is at the helm or in whichever role. So thank you all to accepted nominations. It's an important frame of finding leadership in a tough time. So from our Zoom boxes.
Mhm. No, this is
Thank
so
you,
true.
Jessica.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Elections
No
Committee.
faces.
Moving to new business. We had earlier in the meeting during our public session, I believe it was Anthony Mariano explained his situation for being able to get the permit over, I believe, at La Marqueta. And it was recommended he needed to get approval. He's gotten approval from the precinct and other entities. Anthony, are you still with us?
Yes, I actually am.
Okay, wow, what a trooper.
Yeah, clean the whole house, but I listened to every word. I commend all of you. It's really been quite a fascinating night, but thank you.
No, thank you. So do any members have any questions regarding the request? I see a question from Angela before I will entertain a motion. Angela?
Good evening. So
Good evening.
I didn't quite understand. You're asking for a liquor license?
No, we applied to the New York State Liquor Authority for a one-day beer and wine permit for a Halloween event that we're having at La Marqueta. And they came back to us asking that they allow you 4 permits within a year, as I'm sure all of you probably know. And those were used for like Mother's Day events, Puerto Rican Day event for the mayor, a gay pride event for council member Ayala, and another one that I'm forgetting right now. And so to receive more than 4, they ask for these letters of no objection from local folks. The police department, they mentioned, a municipality and community board in parentheses when applicable. So we went to the 23rd precinct, we went to CM Ayala, and we received those. We uploaded them into the portal, and then they came back to us and said, we need to come to the community board to also get a letter of no objection to have a one-day beer and wine permit for Halloween.
So this is going to be on Sunday?
Sunday, yeah. We have a DJ, the EDC.
From 11:30 in the morning?
11:30 to 3:30.
To 3:30 in the afternoon. That was all up my.
No, that's actually, that's just the DJ hour. The whole thing, the market opens at 9 and closes at 6. So the permits are always issued for the market hours. But the DJ is only 11:30 to 3:30.
Is that the only time you'll be serving wine and alcohol on Halloween?
No, I mean, I would imagine we would, for the next half hour or so, extend it. But that is what has been submitted to the New York State Liquor Authority until 5, I believe it was.
So children won't be allowed on that site? Because it's Halloween.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, no, I understand. I can't guarantee that, no, that children would not be in the market.
Thank you.
Right,
sure.
Thank you. I see a raised hand from Michelle, then Nye, then Candy. Michelle?
I just wanted to have more information. Like, did you fill out the papers that were sent to you during this time?
I looked for them. I didn't see them. I looked several times at my emails, and I didn't see that you had sent forms.
Okay. Nye?
I was just ready to make a motion in support since it's not technically Amuse-Bouche that's doing this. It's in partnership with La Maqueta and the EDC, asking them as the partner to make this request to support this event that has already been marketed to the community. So whenever you guys are ready, let me know. I'm happy to
Okay, I saw
make the motion.
Candy, were you also raising a hand to make a motion? And I saw Dems as well. I didn't know if he was raising.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was gonna say, the same thing. So thank you, Nye. Yep.
Okay.
So when you're ready, then you know you got a motion and a second. That's it.
Okay, I'm seeing no more hands. I will call. For a motion.
Adim's hand is up.
What?
No,
Go
I
on.
was second.
Okay, we had Nye and Candy and arguing over who's got seconds. So the motion is going to be made. Nye, you're calling for a motion to approve?
Yes, I'm calling for a motion for the board to approve this technically emergency request for a temporary liquor license for Halloween in support of the La Maqueta event happening in partnership with Amuse-Bouche, the EDC, and the community.
Second from Candy.
Right.
Okay, great. Please call the roll.
Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Leroy Andino,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Adem Brija,
Yes.
Yolanda Brown,
No.
Vichan,
Yes.
Leanne Collier,
Yes.
Angela Donadell,
No.
Judith Febraro,
No.
Roger Flores,
Yes.
David Giordano,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Francis Mastroda, Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Abstain?
Andrew Padilla, Miguel Pava,
Yes.
Art Perez,
Yes.
Devasi Robinson Teague,
Abstain.
Natasha Rodriguez,
Abstain.
Juan Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott, Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Jason Villanueva,
No.
Andy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Yes.
Jordan Wright,
Yes.
Jason Wu.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Anthony, for staying on.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna, Angel, I'm not gonna call for another roll call. Everyone who participated in the vote, that's our attendance. I don't see the insane need to do it again. I'm gonna move to announcements. The next full board meeting is scheduled for November 23rd, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. So again, same bat time, same bat channel. Only other announcement, I'm just going to take off one hat and put on the other with the International Puerto Rican Heritage Film Festival. We are screening again this Saturday, weather permitting, and don't forget to come out November 10th through the 14th. since we won't see each other until after the fact. And I appreciate everyone here. So with that being said, if are there any other announcements? I'm not seeing hands raised. Well, I see one hand raised. Who's got their hand raised? Candy, your hand, is that an old hand up or?
Oh, no, I know, except like, let's motion to.
Yeah, if there are no objections, I am adjourning the meeting.
Yes, motion to adjourn. Yes, 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 yes.
All right, thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Night. Thank